113 The reform of our military system requires its modernization and improved technical equipment, without which we cannot drive the enemy back across the Yalu River. In our employment of troops we need progressive, flexible strategy and tactics, without which we likewise cannot win victory. Nevertheless, soldiers are the foundation of an army, unless they are imbued with a progressive political spirit, and unless such a spirit is fostered through progressive political work, it will be impossible to achieve genuine unity between officers and men, impossible to arouse their enthusiasm for the war of resistance to the full, and impossible to provide a sound basis for the most effective use of all our technical equipment and tactics. When we say that Japan will finally be defeated despite her technical superiority, we mean that the blows we deliver through annihilation and attrition, apart from inflicting losses, will eventually shake the morale of the enemy army whose weapons are not in the hands of politically conscious soldiers. With us, on the contrary, officers and men are at one on the political aim of the war of resistance. This gives us the foundation for political work among all the anti-Japanese forces. A proper measure of democracy should be put into effect in the army, chiefly by abolishing the feudal practice of bullying and beating and by having officers and men share will and woe. Once this is done, unity will be achieved between officers and men, the combat effectiveness of the army will be greatly increased, and there will be no doubt of our ability to sustain the long, cruel war. 114 The richest source of power to wage war lies in the masses of the people. It is mainly because of the unorganized state of the Chinese masses that Japan dares to bully us. When this defect is remedied, then the Japanese aggressor, like a mad bull crashing into a ring of flames, will be surrounded by hundreds of millions of our people standing upright. The mere sound of their voices will strike terror into him, and he will be burned to death. China's armies must have an uninterrupted flow of reinforcements, and the abuses of press ganging and of buying substitutes 33 which now exist at the lower levels, must immediately be banned and replaced by widespread and enthusiastic political mobilization, which will make it easy to enlist millions of men. We now have great difficulties in raising money for the war, but once the people are mobilized, finances too will cease to be a problem. Why should a country as large and populous as China suffer from lack of funds? The army must become one with the people so that they see it as their own army. Such an army will be invincible, and an imperialist power like Japan will be no match for it. 115 Many people think that it is wrong methods that make for strained relations between officers and men and between the army and the people, but I always tell them that it is a question of basic attitude, or basic principle, of having respect for the soldiers and the people. It is from this attitude that the various policies, methods, and forms ensue. If we depart from this attitude, then the policies, methods, and forms will certainly be wrong, and the relations between officers and men and between the army and the people are bound to be unsatisfactory. Our three major principles for the army's political work are: first, unity between officers and men; second, unity between the army and the people; and third, the disintegration of the enemy forces. To apply these principles effectively, we must start with this basic attitude of respect for the soldiers and the people, and of respect for the human dignity of prisoners of war once they have laid down their arms. Those who take all this as a technical matter and not one of basic attitude are indeed wrong, and they should correct their view. 116 At this moment when the defense of Wuhan and other places has become urgent, it is a task of the utmost importance to arouse the initiative and enthusiasm of the whole army and the whole people to the full in support of the war. There is no doubt that the task of defending Wuhan and other places must be seriously posed and seriously performed. But whether we can be certain of holding them depends not on our subjective desires but on concrete conditions. Among the most important of these conditions is the political mobilization of the whole army and people for the struggle. If a strenuous effort is not made to secure all the necessary conditions, indeed even if one of these conditions is missing, disasters like the loss of Nanking and other places are bound to be repeated. China will have her Madrids in places where the conditions are present. So far China has not had a Madrid, and from now on we should work hard to create several, but it all depends on the conditions. The most fundamental of these is extensive political mobilization of the whole army and people. 117 In all our work we must persevere in the anti-Japanese National United Front as the general policy. For only with this policy can we persevere in the war of resistance and in protracted warfare, bring about a widespread and profound improvement in the relations between officers and men and between the army and the people, arouse to the full the initiative and enthusiasm of the entire army and the entire people in the fight for the defense of all the territory still in our hands and for the recovery of what we have lost, and so win final victory. 118 This question of the political mobilization of the army and the people is indeed of the greatest importance. We have dwelt on it at the risk of repetition precisely because victory is impossible without it. There are, of course, many other conditions indispensable to victory, but political mobilization is the most fundamental. The anti-Japanese National United Front is a united front of the whole army and the whole people. It is certainly not a united front merely of the headquarters and members of a few political parties. Our basic objective in initiating the anti-Japanese National United Front is to mobilize the whole army and the whole people to participate in it. Conclusions. 119 What are our conclusions? They are: under what conditions do you think China can defeat and destroy the forces of Japan? 3 conditions are required. First, the establishment of an anti-Japanese united front in China. Second, the formation of an international anti-Japanese united front. Third, the rise of the revolutionary movement of the people in Japan and the Japanese colonies. From the standpoint of the Chinese people, the unity of the people of China is the most important of the 3 conditions. How long do you think such a war would last? That depends on the strength of China's anti-Japanese united front and many other conditioning factors involving China and Japan. If these conditions are not realized quickly, the war will be prolonged. But in the end, just the same, Japan will certainly be defeated and China will certainly be victorious. Only the sacrifices will be great and there will be a very painful period. Our strategy should be to employ our main forces to operate over an extended and fluid front. To achieve success, the Chinese troops must conduct their warfare with a high degree of mobility on extensive battlefields. Besides employing trained armies to carry on mobile warfare, we must organize great numbers of guerrilla units among the peasants. In the course of the war, China will be able to reinforce the equipment of her troops gradually. Therefore China will be able to conduct positional warfare in the latter period of the war and make positional attacks on the Japanese occupied areas. Thus Japan's economy will crack under the strain of China's long resistance and the morale of the Japanese forces will break under the trial of innumerable battles. On the Chinese side, however, the growing latent power of resistance will be constantly brought into play and large numbers of revolutionary people will be pouring into the front lines to fight for their freedom. The combination of all these and other factors will enable us to make the final and decisive attacks on the fortifications and bases in the Japanese occupied areas and drive the Japanese forces of aggression out of China. From an interview with Edgar Snow in July 1936. Thus a new stage has opened in China's political situation. In the present stage the central task is to mobilize all the nation's forces for victory in the war of resistance. The key to victory in the war now lies in developing the resistance that has already begun into a war of total resistance by the whole nation. Only through such a war of total resistance can final victory be won. The existence of serious weaknesses in the war of resistance may lead to setbacks, retreats, internal splits, betrayals, temporary and partial compromises and other such reverses. Therefore it should be realized that the war will be arduous and protracted. But we are confident that, through the efforts of our party and the whole people, the resistance already started will sweep aside all obstacles and continue to advance and develop. Resolution on the present situation and the tasks of the party, adopted by the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China, August 1937. These are our conclusions. In the eyes of the subjugationists the enemy are supermen and we Chinese are worthless, while in the eyes of the theorists of quick victory we Chinese are supermen and the enemy are worthless. Both are wrong. We take a different view. The war of resistance against Japan is a protracted war, and the final victory will be China's. These are our conclusions. 120. My lectures end here. The Great War of Resistance against Japan is unfolding, and many people are hoping for a summary of experience to facilitate the winning of complete victory. What I have discussed is simply the general experience of the past 10 months, and it may perhaps serve as a kind of summary. The problem of protracted war deserves wide attention and discussion. What I have given is only an outline, which I hope you will examine and discuss, amend, and amplify. The role of the Chinese Communist Party in the National War. October 1938. This report was made by Comrade Mao Zedong to the 6th plenary session of the 6th Central Committee of the party. The session endorsed the line of the political bureau headed by Comrade Mao Zedong and was a very important one. In discussing the question of the role of the Chinese Communist Party in the national war, he helped all comrades clearly to understand and conscientiously to shoulder the party's great and historic responsibility of leading the war of resistance against Japan. The plenary session decided on the line of persisting in the anti-Japanese United Front, but at the same time pointed out that there had to be struggle as well as unity within the United Front, and that the proposition, everything through the United Front, did not suit Chinese conditions. Thus the error of accommodationism in regard to the United Front was criticized. This problem was dealt with by Comrade Mao Zedong in the question of independence and initiative within the United Front, which was part of his concluding speech at the same session. Affirming that it was extremely important for the whole party to devote itself to organizing the people's armed struggle against Japan, the session decided that the war zones and the enemy's rear should be the party's main fields of work, and repudiated the erroneous ideas of those who pinned their hopes of victory on the Kuomintang armies and who would have entrusted the fate of the people to legal struggles under the reactionary Kuomintang rule. This problem was dealt with by Comrade Mao Zedong in Problems of War and Strategy, which was also part of his concluding speech at the session. Comrades, the prospects ahead of us are bright. Not only is it necessary for us to defeat Japanese imperialism and build a new China, but we are certainly capable of achieving these aims. However, there is a difficult road ahead between the present and the bright future. In the struggle for a new China, the Chinese Communist Party and the whole people must fight the Japanese aggressors in a planned way and can defeat them only through a long war. We have already said a good deal about the various problems relating to the war. We have summed up the experience gained since its outbreak and appraised the present situation, defined the urgent tasks confronting the whole nation, and explained the reasons for sustaining a long war by means of a long-term national united front against Japan and the methods for doing so, and we have analyzed the international situation. What problems then remain? Comrades, there is one more problem, namely, what role the Chinese Communist Party should play in the national war, or how communists should understand their own role, strengthen themselves and close their ranks in order to be able to lead this war to victory and not to defeat. Patriotism and internationalism. Can a communist, who is an internationalist, at the same time be a patriot? We hold that he not only can be but must be. The specific content of patriotism is determined by historical conditions. There is the patriotism of the Japanese aggressors and of Hitler, and there is our patriotism. Communists must resolutely oppose the patriotism of the Japanese aggressors and of Hitler. The communists of Japan and Germany are defeatists with regard to the wars being waged by their countries. To bring about the defeat of the Japanese aggressors and of Hitler by every possible means is in the interests of the Japanese and the German people, and the more complete the defeat the better. This is what the Japanese and German communists should be doing and what they are doing. For the wars launched by the Japanese aggressors and Hitler are harming their own people as well as the people of the world. China's case is different, because she is the victim of aggression. Chinese communists must therefore combine patriotism with internationalism. We are at once internationalists and patriots, and our slogan is, "Fight to defend the motherland against the aggressors." For us, defeatism is a crime, and to strive for victory in the war of resistance is an inescapable duty. For only by fighting in defense of the motherland can we defeat the aggressors and achieve national liberation. and only by achieving national liberation will it be possible for the proletariat and other working people to achieve their own emancipation. The victory of China and the defeat of the invading imperialists will help the people of other countries. Thus in wars of national liberation patriotism is applied internationalism. For this reason communists must use their initiative to the full, march bravely and resolutely to the battle front of the war of national liberation and train their guns on the Japanese aggressors. For this reason, immediately after the incident of September 18, 1931, our party issued its call to resist the Japanese aggressors by a war of national defense, and later proposed a national united front against Japan, ordered the Red Army to reorganize as part of the anti-Japanese National Revolutionary Army and to march to the front, and instructed party members to take their place in the forefront of the war and defend the motherland to the last drop of their blood. These are good patriotic actions and, far from running counter to internationalism, are its application in China. Only those who are politically muddle-headed or have ulterior motives talk nonsense about our having made a mistake and abandoned internationalism. Communists should set an example in the national war. For the above reasons communists should show a high degree of initiative in the national war, and show it concretely, that is, they should play an exemplary vanguard role in every sphere. Our war is being waged under adverse circumstances. National consciousness, national self-respect and national self-confidence are not sufficiently developed among the broad masses, the majority of the people are unorganized, China's military power is weak, the economy is backward, the political system is undemocratic, corruption and pessimism exist, and a lack of unity and solidarity is to be found within the united front. These are among the adverse circumstances. Therefore, communists must consciously shoulder the great responsibility of uniting the entire nation so as to put an end to all such undesirable phenomena. Here the exemplary vanguard role of the communists is of vital importance. Communists in the 8th Route and New 4th Armies should set an example in fighting bravely, carrying out orders, observing discipline, doing political work and fostering internal unity and solidarity. In their relations with friendly parties and armies, communists should take a firm stand of unity for resistance to Japan, uphold the program of the United Front and set an example in carrying out the tasks of resistance. They should be true in word and resolute in deed, free from arrogance and sincere in consulting and cooperating with the friendly parties and armies, and they should be models in inter-party relations within the United Front. Every communist engaged in government work should set an example of absolute integrity, of freedom from favoritism in making appointments and of hard work for little remuneration. Every communist working among the masses should be their friend and not a boss over them, an indefatigable teacher and not a bureaucratic politician. At no time and in no circumstances should a communist place his personal interests first, he should subordinate them to the interests of the nation and of the masses. Hence, selfishness, slacking, corruption, seeking the limelight, and so on, are most contemptible, while selflessness, working with all one's energy, wholehearted devotion to public duty, and quiet hard work will command respect. Communists should work in harmony with all progressives outside the party and endeavor to unite the entire people to do away with whatever is undesirable. It must be realized that communists form only a small section of the nation, and that there are large numbers of progressives and activists outside the party with whom we must work. It is entirely wrong to think that we alone are good and no one else is any good. As for people who are politically backward, communists should not slight or despise them, but should befriend them, unite with them, convince them, and encourage them to go forward. The attitude of communists towards any person who has made mistakes in his work should be one of persuasion in order to help him change and start afresh and not one of exclusion, unless he is incorrigible. Communists should set an example in being practical as well as far-sighted. For only by being practical can they fulfill the appointed tasks, and only far-sightedness can prevent them from losing their bearings in the march forward. Communists should therefore set an example in study. At all times they should learn from the masses as well as teach them. Only by learning from the people, from actual circumstances and from the friendly parties and armies, and by knowing them well, can we be practical in our work and far-sighted as to the future? In a long war and in adverse circumstances, the dynamic energy of the whole nation can be mobilized in the struggle to overcome difficulties, defeat the enemy and build a new China only if the Communists play an exemplary vanguard role to the best of their ability together with all the advanced elements among the friendly parties and armies and among the masses. Unite the whole nation and combat enemy agents in its midst. The one and only policy for overcoming difficulties, defeating the enemy and building a new China is to consolidate and expand the anti-Japanese National United Front and mobilize the dynamic energy of the whole nation. However, there are already enemy agents playing a disruptive role within our National United Front, namely, the traitors, Trotskyists and pro-Japanese elements. Communists must always be on the lookout for them, expose their criminal activities with factual evidence and warn the people not to be duped by them. Communists must sharpen their political vigilance towards these enemy agents. They must understand that the expansion and consolidation of the National United Front is inseparable from the exposure and weeding out of enemy agents. It is entirely wrong to pay attention only to the one side and forget the other. Expand the Communist Party and prevent infiltration by enemy agents. To overcome the difficulties, defeat the enemy and build a new China, the Communist Party must expand its organization and become a great mass party by opening its doors to the masses of workers, peasants, and young activists who are truly devoted to the revolution, who believe in the party's principles, support its policies and are willing to observe its discipline and work hard. Here no tendency towards closed-doorism should be tolerated. But at the same time, there must be no slackening of vigilance against infiltration by enemy agents. The Japanese imperialist secret services are ceaselessly trying to disrupt our party and to smuggle undercover traitors, Trotskyists, pro-Japanese elements, degenerates, and careerists into its ranks in the guise of activists. Not for a moment must we relax our vigilance and our strict precautions against such persons. We must not close our doors for fear of enemy agents, our set policy being boldly to expand our party. But while boldly enlarging our membership, we must not relax our vigilance against enemy agents and careerists who will avail themselves of this opportunity to sneak in. We shall make mistakes if we only pay attention to the one side and forget the other. The only correct policy is, expand the party boldly but do not let a single undesirable in. Maintain both the united front and the independence of the party. It is only by firmly maintaining the National United Front that the difficulties can be overcome, the enemy defeated and a new China built. This is beyond all doubt. At the same time, every party and group in the United Front must preserve its ideological, political and organizational independence. This holds good for the Kuomintang, the Communist Party or any other party or group. In inter-party relations, the principle of democracy in the Three People's Principles permits both the union of all parties and groups and the independent existence of each. To speak of unity alone while denying independence is to abandon the principle of democracy, and to this neither the Communist Party nor any other party would agree. There is no doubt that independence within the United Front is relative and not absolute, and that to regard it as absolute would undermine the general policy of unity against the enemy. But this relative independence must not be denied. Ideologically, politically, and organizationally, each party must have its relative independence, that is, relative freedom. Also, the general policy of unity against the enemy would be undermined if this relative freedom were denied or voluntarily abandoned. This should be clearly understood by all members of the Communist Party as well as of the friendly parties. The same is true of the relationship between the class struggle and the national struggle. It is an established principle that in the war of resistance everything must be subordinated to the interests of resistance. Therefore, the interests of the class struggle must be subordinated to, and must not conflict with, the interests of the war of resistance. But classes and the class struggle are facts, and those people who deny the fact of class struggle are wrong. The theory which attempts to deny this fact is utterly wrong. We do not deny the class struggle, we adjust it. The policy of mutual help and mutual concessions which we advocate is applicable not only to party relations but also to class relations. Unity against Japan requires an appropriate policy of adjustment in class relations, a policy which does not leave the laboring people without political and material safeguards but also gives consideration to the interests of the rich, thereby meeting the demands of solidarity against the enemy. It is bad for the war of resistance to pay attention only to the one side and neglect the other. Consider the situation as a whole, think in terms of the majority, and work together with our allies. In leading the masses in struggle against the enemy, communists must consider the situation as a whole, think in terms of the majority of the people and work together with their allies. They must grasp the principle of subordinating the needs of the part to the needs of the whole. If a proposal appears feasible for a partial situation but not for the situation as a whole, then the part must give way to the whole. Conversely, if the proposal is not feasible for the part but is feasible in the light of the situation as a whole, again the part must give way to the whole. This is what is meant by considering the situation as a whole. Communists must never separate themselves from the majority of the people or neglect them by leading only a few progressive contingents in an isolated and rash advance, but must forge close links between the progressive elements and the broad masses. This is what is meant by thinking in terms of the majority. Wherever there are democratic parties or individuals willing to cooperate with us, the proper attitude for communists is to talk things over with them and work together with them. It is wrong to indulge in arbitrary decisions and peremptory actions and to ignore our allies. A good communist must be good at considering the situation as a whole, good at thinking in terms of the majority and good at working with his allies. We have had serious shortcomings in this respect, and we must still give the matter attention. Cotter's policy. The Chinese Communist Party is a party leading a great revolutionary struggle in a nation several 100 million strong, and it cannot fulfill its historic task without a large number of leading cadres who combine ability with political integrity. In the last 17 years our party has trained a good many competent leaders, so that we have a framework of cadres in military, political, cultural, party and mass work. All honor is due to the party and to the nation for this achievement. But the present framework is not yet strong enough to support the vast edifice of our struggle, and it is still necessary to train capable people on a large scale. Many activists have come forward, and are continuing to come forward, in the great struggle of the Chinese people. We have the responsibility for organizing and training them and for taking good care and making proper use of them. Cadres are a decisive factor, once the political line is determined. Therefore, it is our fighting task to train large numbers of new cadres in a planned way. Our concern should extend to non-party cadres as well as to party cadres. There are many capable people outside the party whom we must not ignore. The duty of every communist is to rid himself of aloofness and arrogance and to work well with non-party cadres, give them sincere help, have a warm, comradely attitude towards them and enlist their initiative in the great cause of resisting Japan and reconstructing the nation. We must know how to judge cadres. We must not confine our judgment to a short period or a single incident in a cadre's life, but should consider his life and work as a whole. This is the principal method of judging cadres. We must know how to use cadres well. In the final analysis, leadership involves two main responsibilities: to work out ideas, and to use cadres well. Such things as drawing up plans, making decisions, and giving orders and directives, are all in the category of working out ideas. To put the ideas into practice, we must weld the cadres together and encourage them to go into action. This comes into the category of using the cadres well. Throughout our national history there have been two sharply contrasting lines on the subject of the use of cadres, one being to appoint people on their merit, and the other to appoint people by favoritism. The former is the honest and the latter the dishonest way. The criterion the Communist Party should apply in its cadres policy is whether or not a cadre is resolute in carrying out the party line, keeps to party discipline, has close ties with the masses, has the ability to find his bearings independently, and is active, hard-working, and unselfish. This is what appointing people on their merit means. The cadres policy of Chiang Kuo-tao was the exact opposite. Following the line of appointing people by favoritism, he gathered personal favorites round himself to form a small clique, and in the end he turned traitor to the party and decamped. This is an important lesson for us. Taking warning from it and from similar historical lessons, the Central Committee and the leaders at all levels must make it their major responsibility to adhere to the honest and fair way in Khattar's policy and reject the dishonest and unfair way, and so consolidate the unity of the party. We must know how to take good care of Khattars. There are several ways of doing so. First, give them guidance. This means allowing them a free hand in their work so that they have the courage to assume responsibility and, at the same time, giving them timely instructions so that, guided by the party's political line, they are able to make full use of their initiative. Second, raise their level. This means educating them by giving them the opportunity to study so that they can enhance their theoretical understanding and their working ability. Third, check up on their work, and help them sum up their experience, carry forward their achievements and correct their mistakes. To assign work without checking up and to take notice only when serious mistakes are made, that is not the way to take care of Khattars. Fourth, in general, use the method of persuasion with Khattars who have made mistakes, and help them correct their mistakes. The method of struggle should be confined to those who make serious mistakes and nevertheless refuse to accept guidance. Here patience is essential. It is wrong lightly to label people opportunists or lightly to begin waging struggles against them. Fifth, help them with their difficulties. When Khattars are in difficulty as a result of illness, straitened means or domestic or other troubles, we must be sure to give them as much care as possible. This is how to take good care of Khattars. Party discipline. In view of Chang Kuo Tao's serious violations of discipline, we must affirm anew the discipline of the party, namely: 1. The individual is subordinate to the organization. 2. The minority is subordinate to the majority. 3. The lower level is subordinate to the higher level, and 4. The entire membership is subordinate to the Central Committee. Whoever violates these articles of discipline disrupts party unity. Experience proves that some people violate party discipline through not knowing what it is, while others, like Chang Kuo Tao, violate it knowingly and take advantage of many party members' ignorance to achieve their treacherous purposes. Hence it is necessary to educate members in party discipline so that the rank and file will not only observe discipline themselves, but will exercise supervision over the leaders so that they, too, observe it, thus preventing the recurrence of cases like Chang Kuo Tao's. If we are to ensure the development of inter-party relations along the right lines, besides the four most important articles of discipline mentioned above, we must work out a set of fairly detailed party rules which will serve to unify the actions of the leading bodies at all levels. Party democracy. In the present great struggle, the Chinese Communist Party demands that all its leading bodies and all its members and cadres should give the fullest expression to their initiative, which alone can ensure victory. This initiative must be demonstrated concretely in the ability of the leading bodies, the cadres, and the party rank and file to work creatively, in their readiness to assume responsibility, in the exuberant vigor they show in their work, in their courage and ability to raise questions, voice opinions, and criticize defects, and in the comradely supervision that is maintained over the leading bodies and the leading cadres. Otherwise, initiative will be an empty thing. But the exercise of such initiative depends on the spread of democracy in party life. It cannot be brought into play if there is not enough democracy in party life. Only in an atmosphere of democracy can large numbers of able people be brought forward. Ours is a country in which small-scale production and the patriarchal system prevail, and taking the country as a whole there is as yet no democratic life. Consequently, the state of affairs is reflected in our party by insufficient democracy in party life. This phenomenon hinders the entire party from exercising its initiative to the full. Similarly, it has led to insufficient democracy in the United Front and in the mass movements. For these reasons, education in democracy must be carried on within the party so that members can understand the meaning of democratic life, the meaning of the relationship between democracy and centralism, and the way in which democratic centralism should be put into practice. Only in this way can we really extend democracy within the party and at the same time avoid ultra-democracy and the laissez-faire which destroys discipline. It is also essential to extend democracy in our party organizations in the army to the degree necessary to stimulate the initiative of the party members and increase the combat effectiveness of the troops. However, there cannot be as much democracy in the party organizations in the army as in the local party organizations. Both in the army and in the local organizations, inter-party democracy is meant to strengthen discipline and increase combat effectiveness, not to weaken them. The extension of democracy in the party should be seen as an essential step in its consolidation and development, and as an important weapon enabling it to be most active in the great struggle, to prove equal to its tasks, create fresh strength and surmount the difficulties of the war. Our party has consolidated itself and grown strong through the struggle on two fronts. Broadly speaking, in the last 17 years our party has learned to use the Marxist-Leninist weapon of ideological struggle against incorrect ideas within the party on two fronts, against right opportunism and against left opportunism. Before the fifth plenary session of the Sixth Central Committee, our party fought Chen Tuxiu's right opportunism and Comrade Li Lisan's left opportunism. It made great progress thanks to the victories achieved in these two inter-party struggles. After the fifth plenary session there were two further historic inter-party struggles, namely, the struggles at the Tsunyi meeting and in connection with the expulsion of Chiang Kuo-tao. The Tsunyi meeting corrected serious errors of a left opportunist character, errors of principle committed in the fight against the enemy's fifth encirclement and suppression campaign, and united the party and the Red Army. It enabled the Central Committee of the party and the main forces of the Red Army to bring the Long March to a triumphant conclusion, to advance to a forward position in the resistance to Japan and to carry out the new policy of the anti-Japanese National United Front. By combating Chiang Kuo-tao right opportunism, the Pasi and Yan'an meetings, the fight against the Chiang Kuo-tao line began at the Pasi meeting 3 and ended at the Yan'an meeting 4, succeeded in bringing all the Red forces together and in strengthening the unity of the whole party for the heroic struggle against Japan. Both kinds of opportunist mistakes arose during the Revolutionary Civil War, and their characteristic was that they were errors related to the war. What are the lessons which have been derived from these two inter-party struggles? They are: 1. The tendency to left impetuosity, which disregards both the subjective and the objective factors, is extremely harmful to a revolutionary war and, for that matter, to any revolutionary movement. It was among the serious errors of principle which were manifested in the struggle against the enemy's fifth encirclement and suppression campaign, and which arose from ignorance of the characteristics of China's Revolutionary War. 2. The opportunism of Chiang Kuo-tao, however, was right opportunism in the Revolutionary War and was a combination of a retreatist line, warlordism and anti-party activity. It was only with the overcoming of this brand of opportunism that large numbers of cadres and party members in the Fourth Front Army of the Red Army, men of intrinsically fine quality and with a long record of heroic struggle, were able to free themselves from its toils and return to the correct line of the Central Committee. 3. Striking results were achieved in the great organizational work of the 10 years of the Agrarian Revolutionary War in army building, government work, mass work, and party building. Had it not been for the support rendered by such organizational work to the heroic fighting at the front, we could not have kept up the bitter struggle against Chiang Kai-shek. However, in the latter part of that period serious errors of principle were made in the party's policy concerning cadres and organization, errors which showed themselves in the tendency towards sectarianism, in punitiveness, and in the policy of ideological struggle carried to excess. They were due both to our failure to eliminate the vestiges of the formerly Lisan line and to the political mistakes in matters of principle committed at the time. These errors, too, were corrected at the Tsunyi meeting, and the party was thus able to make the turn to a correct cadres policy and to correct organizational principles. As for Chiang Kuo-tao's organizational line, it violated all party principles, disrupted party discipline and carried factional activity to the point of opposition to the party, the Central Committee and the Communist International. The Central Committee did everything possible to overcome Chiang Kuo-tao's iniquitous and erroneous line and to frustrate his anti-party activity, and also tried to save Chiang Kuo-tao himself. But as he stubbornly refused to correct his mistakes and resorted to double-dealing, and subsequently even betrayed the party and threw himself into the arms of the Kuomintang, the party had to take firm measures and expel him. This disciplinary action won the support not only of all party members but of all people loyal to the cause of national liberation. The Communist International also endorsed the decision and denounced Chiang Kuo-tao as a deserter and renegade. These lessons, these achievements, have furnished us with the prerequisites for uniting the whole party, for strengthening its ideological, political, and organizational unity, and for successfully waging the war of resistance. Our party has consolidated itself and grown strong through the struggle on the two fronts. The present struggle on two fronts. From now on, it is of paramount importance to wage a political struggle against rightist pessimism in the war of resistance, although it is still necessary to keep an eye on left impetuosity. On questions of the united front and of party and mass organization, we must continue the fight against the left tendency towards closed-doorism if we are to achieve cooperation with the various other anti-Japanese parties and groups, expand the Communist Party and broaden the mass movement. At the same time, we must take care to combat the right opportunist tendency towards cooperation and expansion which are unconditional in character, or otherwise they will both be hindered and be turned into capitulationist cooperation and unprincipled expansion. Ideological struggle on the two fronts must suit the concrete circumstances of each case, and we must never approach a problem subjectively or permit the bad old habit of sticking labels on people to continue. In the struggle against deviations, we must give serious attention to opposing double-faced behavior. As Chiang Kuo-tao's career shows, the greatest danger of such behavior is that it may develop into factional activity. To comply in public but oppose in private, to say yes and mean no, to say nice things to a person's face but play tricks behind his back, these are all forms of double-dealing. Only by sharpening the vigilance of cadres and party members against such behavior can we strengthen party discipline. Study. Generally speaking, all Communist Party members who can do so should study the theory of Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin, study our national history and study current movements and trends. Moreover, they should help to educate members with less schooling. The cadres in particular should study these subjects carefully, while members of the Central Committee and senior cadres should give them even more attention. No political party can possibly lead a great revolutionary movement to victory unless it possesses revolutionary theory and a knowledge of history and has a profound grasp of the practical movement. The theory of Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin is universally applicable. We should regard it not as a dogma, but as a guide to action. Studying it is not merely a matter of learning terms and phrases but of learning Marxism-Leninism as the science of revolution. It is not just a matter of understanding the general laws derived by Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin from their extensive study of real life and revolutionary experience, but of studying their standpoint and method in examining and solving problems. Our party's mastery of Marxism-Leninism is now rather better than it used to be, but is still far from being extensive or deep. Ours is the task of leading a great nation of several hundred million in a great and unprecedented struggle. For us, therefore, the spreading and deepening of the study of Marxism-Leninism present a big problem demanding an early solution which is possible only through concentrated effort. Following on this plenary session of the Central Committee, I hope to see an all-party emulation in study which will show who has really learned something, and who has learned more and learned better. So far as shouldering the main responsibility of leadership is concerned, our party's fighting capacity will be much greater and our task of defeating Japanese imperialism will be more quickly accomplished if there are 100 or 200 comrades with a grasp of Marxism-Leninism which is systematic and not fragmentary, genuine and not hollow. Another of our tasks is to study our historical heritage and use the Marxist method to sum it up critically. Our national history goes back several thousand years and has its own characteristics and innumerable treasures. But in these matters we are mere schoolboys. Contemporary China has grown out of the China of the past. We are Marxist in our historical approach and must not lop off our history. We should sum up our history from Confucius to Sun Yat-sen and take over this valuable legacy. This is important for guiding the great movement of today. Being Marxists, communists or internationalists, but we can put Marxism into practice only when it is integrated with the specific characteristics of our country and acquires a definite national form. The great strength of Marxism-Leninism lies precisely in its integration with the concrete revolutionary practice of all countries. For the Chinese Communist Party, it is a matter of learning to apply the theory of Marxism-Leninism to the specific circumstances of China. For the Chinese Communists who are part of the great Chinese nation, flesh of its flesh and blood of its blood, any talk about Marxism in isolation from China's characteristics is merely Marxism in the abstract, Marxism in a vacuum. Hence to apply Marxism concretely in China so that its every manifestation has an indubitably Chinese character, i.e., to apply Marxism in the light of China's specific characteristics, becomes a problem which it is urgent for the whole party to understand and solve. Foreign stereotypes must be abolished, there must be less singing of empty, abstract tunes, and dogmatism must be laid to rest, they must be replaced by the fresh, lively Chinese style and spirit which the common people of China love. To separate internationalist content from national form is the practice of those who do not understand the first thing about internationalism. We, on the contrary, must link the two closely. In this matter there are serious errors in our ranks which should be conscientiously overcome. What are the characteristics of the present movement? What are its laws? How is it to be directed? These are all practical questions. To this day we do not yet understand everything about Japanese imperialism, or about China. The movement is developing, new things have yet to emerge, and they are emerging in an endless stream. To study this movement in its entirety and in its development is a great task claiming our constant attention. Whoever refuses to study these problems seriously and carefully is no Marxist. Complacency is the enemy of study. We cannot really learn anything until we rid ourselves of complacency. Our attitude towards ourselves should be to be insatiable in learning and towards others to be tireless in teaching. Unity and victory. Unity within the Chinese Communist Party is the fundamental prerequisite for uniting the whole nation to win the war of resistance and build a new China. 17 years of tempering have taught the Chinese Communist Party many ways of attaining internal unity, and ours is now a much more seasoned party. Thus we are able to form a powerful nucleus for the whole people in the struggle to win victory in the war of resistance and to build a new China. Comrades, so long as we are united, we can certainly reach this goal. The question of independence and initiative within the United Front. November 5, 1938. This is part of Comrade Mao Zedong's concluding speech at the 6th plenary session of the 6th Central Committee of the party. At the time, the issue of independence and initiative within the United Front was one of the outstanding questions concerning the anti-Japanese United Front, a question on which there were differences of opinion between Comrade Mao Zedong and Chen Xiaoyu. In essence, what was involved was proletarian leadership in the United Front. In his report of December 1947, The Present Situation and Our Tasks, Comrade Mao Zedong briefly summed up these differences. During the War of Resistance, our party combated ideas similar to those of the capitulationists, referring to Chen Tuxiu's capitulationism in the period of the First Revolutionary Civil War, that is, such ideas as making concessions to the Kuomintang's anti-popular policies, having more confidence in the Kuomintang than in the masses, not daring to arouse and give full rein to mass struggles, not daring to expand the liberated areas and the people's armies in the Japanese-occupied areas, and handing over the leadership in the war of resistance to the Kuomintang. Our party waged a resolute struggle against such impotent and degenerate ideas, which run counter to the principles of Marxism-Leninism, resolutely carried out its political line of developing the progressive forces, winning over the middle forces and isolating the die-hard forces, and resolutely expanded the liberated areas and the People's Liberation Army. Not only did this ensure our party's ability to defeat Japanese imperialism in the period of its aggression, but also in the period after the Japanese surrender when Chiang Kai-shek launched his counter-revolutionary war, It ensured our party's ability to switch smoothly and without loss to the course of opposing Chiang Kai-shek's counter-revolutionary war with the People's Revolutionary War and to win great victories in a short time. All party comrades must keep these lessons of history firmly in mind. Help and concessions should be positive, not negative. All political parties and groups in the United Front must help each other and make mutual concessions for the sake of long-term cooperation, but such help and concessions should be positive, not negative. We must consolidate and expand our own party and army, and at the same time should assist friendly parties and armies to consolidate and expand. The people want the government to satisfy their political and economic demands, and at the same time give the government every possible help to prosecute the war of resistance. The factory workers demand better conditions from the owners, and at the same time work hard in the interests of resistance, for the sake of unity against foreign aggression. The landlords should reduce rent and interest, and at the same time the peasants should pay rent and interest. All these principles and policies of mutual assistance are positive, not negative or one-sided. The same should be true of mutual concessions. Each side should refrain from undermining the other and from organizing secret party branches within the other's party, government, and army. For our part, we organize no secret party branches inside the Kuomintang and its government or army, and so set the Kuomintang's mind at rest, to the advantage of the war of resistance. The saying, refrain from doing some things in order to be able to do other things, one exactly meets the case. A national war of resistance would have been impossible without the reorganization of the Red Army, the change in the administrative system in the Red areas, and the abandonment of the policy of armed insurrection. By giving way on the latter we have achieved the former. Negative measures have yielded positive results. To fall back the better, to leap forward to that is Leninism. To regard concessions as something purely negative is contrary to Marxism-Leninism. There are indeed instances of purely negative concessions. The Second International's doctrine of collaboration between labor and capital resulted in the betrayal of a whole class and a whole revolution. In China, Chen Tuxiu and then Chiang Kuo-tao were both capitulators. Capitulationism must be strenuously opposed. When we make concessions, fall back, turn to the defensive or halt our advance in our relations with either allies or enemies, we should always see these actions as part of our whole revolutionary policy, as an indispensable link in the general revolutionary line, as one turn in a zigzag course. In a word, they are positive. The identity between the national and the class struggle. To sustain a long war by long-term cooperation, or, in other words, to subordinate the class struggle to the present national struggle against Japan, such is the fundamental principle of the United Front. Subject to this principle, the independent character of the parties and classes and their independence and initiative within the United Front should be preserved, and their essential rights should not be sacrificed to cooperation and unity, but on the contrary must be firmly upheld within certain limits. Only thus can cooperation be promoted, indeed only thus can there be any cooperation at all. Otherwise cooperation will turn into amalgamation and the United Front will inevitably be sacrificed. In a struggle that is national in character, the class struggle takes the form of national struggle, which demonstrates the identity between the two. On the one hand, for a given historical period the political and economic demands of the various classes must not be such as to disrupt cooperation. On the other hand, the demands of the national struggle, the need to resist Japan, should be the point of departure for all class struggle. Thus there is identity in the United Front between unity and independence and between the national struggle and the class struggle. Everything through the United Front is wrong. The Kuomintang is the party in power, and so far has not allowed the United Front to assume an organizational form. Behind the enemy lines, the idea of everything through is impossible, for there we have to act independently and with the initiative in our own hands while keeping to the agreements which the Kuomintang has approved, for instance, the program of armed resistance and national reconstruction. Or we may act first and report afterwards, anticipating what the Kuomintang might agree to. For instance, the appointment of administrative commissioners and the dispatch of troops to Shantung province would never have occurred if we had tried to get these things done through the United Front. It is said that the French Communist Party once put forward a similar slogan, but that was probably because in France, where a joint committee of the parties already existed and the Socialist Party was unwilling to act in accordance with the jointly agreed program and wanted to have its own way, the Communist Party had to put forward such a slogan in order to restrain the Socialist Party, and certainly it did not do so to shackle itself. In the case of China, the Kuomintang has deprived all other political parties of equal rights and is trying to compel them to take its orders. If this slogan is meant to be a demand that everything done by the Kuomintang must go through us, it is both ridiculous and impossible. If we have to secure the Kuomintang's consent beforehand for everything we do, what if the Kuomintang does not consent? Since the policy of the Kuomintang is to restrict our growth, there is no reason whatever for us to propose such a slogan, which simply binds us hand and foot. At present there are things for which we should secure prior consent from the Kuomintang, such as the expansion of our 3 divisions into 3 army corps. This is to report first and act afterwards. There are other things which the Kuomintang can be told after they have become accomplished facts, such as the expansion of our forces to over 200,000 men. This is to act first and report afterwards. There are also things, such as the convening of the Border Region Assembly, which we shall do without reporting for the time being, knowing that the Kuomintang will not agree. There are still other things which, for the time being, we shall neither do nor report, for they are likely to jeopardize the whole situation. In short, we must not split the United Front, but neither should we allow ourselves to be bound hand and foot, and hence the slogan of everything through the United Front should not be put forward. If everything must be submitted to the United Front is interpreted as everything must be submitted to Chiang Kai-shek and Yan Xishan, then that slogan, too, is wrong. Our policy is one of independence and initiative within the United Front, a policy both of unity and of independence. We are for Roosevelt and against Chamberlain. January 20, 1939. Extracted from Mao's preface to the English edition of On Protracted War, dated January 20, 1939. The Great War of Resistance now being waged by China is not merely the affair of China, it is also the affair of the world. In the democratic countries such as England, America, and France, there are broad popular masses including all the progressive people from the various social strata who sympathize with China's war of resistance and oppose the invasion of China of Japanese imperialism. It is only a reactionary faction that opposes China's war of resistance. In this great war of resistance we rely first of all on China's own strength to vanquish the enemy. But at the same time, we need outside aid. Our enemy is a worldwide enemy, and the war of resistance waged by China is a war of resistance of a worldwide character. History has already shown that a viewpoint attempting to isolate this war is erroneous. In all the democratic countries, such as England and America, there still exists an isolationist viewpoint whose adherents do not understand that if China is defeated, England, America, and the other countries will not be able to go on enjoying their own tranquility. This erroneous viewpoint is not attuned to the needs of the times. For the others, to aid China is to aid themselves. This is the only concrete verity at the present time. China is pursuing her war amidst many difficulties, but the flames of a war among the great powers of the world are coming closer every day and no country can remain aloof. We are in agreement with President Roosevelt's proclamation regarding the defense of democracy. We are, on the other hand, resolutely opposed to the policy of concessions to the fascist states in the West, practiced by Chamberlain. Up to this day, Chamberlain has also displayed a cowardly attitude towards Japan. I hope that the popular masses of England and America will arise and act positively to admonish their governments and make them adopt a new policy of resistance to wars of aggression for the good of China and also for the good of England and America themselves. The May 4th Movement. May 1939. Comrade Mao Zedong wrote this article for newspapers in Yan'an to commemorate the 20th anniversary of the May 4th movement. The May 4th movement 20 years ago marked a new stage in China's bourgeois democratic revolution against imperialism and feudalism. The cultural reform movement which grew out of the May 4th movement was only one of the manifestations of this revolution. With the growth and development of new social forces in that period, a powerful camp made its appearance in the bourgeois democratic revolution, a camp consisting of the working class, the student masses and the new national bourgeoisie. Around the time of the May 4th movement, hundreds of thousands of students courageously took their place in the van. In these respects the May 4th movement went a step beyond the revolution of 1911. If we trace China's bourgeois democratic revolution back to its formative period, we see that it has passed through a number of stages in its development: the Opium War, the War of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, the Sino-Japanese War of 1894-1, the Reform Movement of 1898-2, the Yiho Tuan Movement 3, the Revolution of 1911, the May 4th Movement, the Northern Expedition, and the War of the Agrarian Revolution. The present war of resistance against Japan is yet another stage, and is the greatest, most vigorous, and most dynamic stage of all. The bourgeois democratic revolution can be considered accomplished only when the forces of foreign imperialism and domestic feudalism have basically been overthrown and an independent democratic state has been established. From the Opium War onwards, each stage in the development of the revolution has had its own distinguishing characteristics. But the most important feature differentiating them is whether they came before or after the emergence of the Communist Party. However, taken as a whole, all the stages bear the character of a bourgeois democratic revolution. The aim of this democratic revolution is to establish a social system hitherto unknown in Chinese history, namely, a democratic social system having a feudal society, during the last 100 years a semi-colonial and semi-feudal society, as its precursor, and a socialist society as its successor. If anyone asks why a communist should strive to bring into being first a bourgeois democratic society and then a socialist society, our answer is, we are following the inevitable course of history. China's democratic revolution depends on definite social forces for its accomplishment. These social forces are the working class, the peasantry, the intelligentsia, and the progressive section of the bourgeoisie, that is, the revolutionary workers, peasants, soldiers, students, and intellectuals, and businessmen, with the workers and peasants as the basic revolutionary forces and the workers as the class which leads the revolution. It is impossible to accomplish the anti-imperialist and anti-feudal democratic revolution without these basic revolutionary forces and without the leadership of the working class. Today, the principal enemies of the revolution are the Japanese imperialists and the Chinese traitors, and the fundamental policy in the revolution is the policy of the anti-Japanese National United Front, consisting of all workers, peasants, soldiers, students, and intellectuals, and businessmen who are against Japanese aggression. Final victory in the war of resistance will be won when this united front is greatly consolidated and developed. In the Chinese Democratic Revolutionary Movement, it was the intellectuals who were the first to awaken. This was clearly demonstrated both in the Revolution of 1911 and in the May 4th movement, and in the days of the May 4th movement the intellectuals were more numerous and more politically conscious than in the days of the Revolution of 1911. But the intellectuals will accomplish nothing if they fail to integrate themselves with the workers and peasants. In the final analysis, the dividing line between revolutionary intellectuals and non-revolutionary or counter-revolutionary intellectuals is whether or not they are willing to integrate themselves with the workers and peasants and actually do so. Ultimately it is this alone, and not professions of faith in the Three People's Principles or in Marxism, that distinguishes one from the other. A true revolutionary must be one who is willing to integrate himself with the workers and peasants and actually does so. It is now 20 years since the May 4th movement and almost 2 years since the outbreak of the anti-Japanese war. The young people and the cultural circles of the whole country bear a heavy responsibility in the democratic revolution and the war of resistance. I hope they will understand the character and the motive forces of the Chinese Revolution, make their work serve the workers and peasants, go into their midst and become propagandists and organizers among them. Victory will be ours when the entire people arises against Japan. Young people of the whole country, bestir yourselves. The orientation of the youth movement. May 4, 1939. This speech was delivered by Comrade Mao Zedong at a mass meeting of youth in Yan'an to commemorate the 20th anniversary of the May 4 movement. It represented a development in his ideas on the question of the Chinese Revolution. Today is the 20th anniversary of the May 4 movement, and the youth of Yan'an are all gathered here for this commemoration meeting. I shall therefore take the occasion to speak on some questions concerning the orientation of the youth movement in China. First, May 4 has now been designated as China's Youth Day, and rightly so. 20 years have elapsed since the May 4 movement, yet it is only this year that the day has been designated as the National Youth Day, and this is a most significant fact. For it indicates that the Chinese people's democratic revolution against imperialism and feudalism will soon reach a turning point. This revolution encountered repeated failures over several decades, but now there must be a change towards victory and not another failure. The Chinese Revolution is now going forward to victory. The repeated failures of the past cannot and must not be allowed to recur, and they must be turned into victory. But has the change already taken place? No. It has not, nor have we yet won victory. But victory can be won. It is precisely in the present war of resistance against Japan that we are striving to reach the turning point from failure to victory. The May 4 movement was directed against a government of national betrayal, a government which conspired with imperialism and sold out the interests of the nation, a government which oppressed the people. Was it not necessary to oppose such a government? If it was not, then the May 4 movement was simply a mistake. It is obvious that such a government must be opposed, that a government of national betrayal must be overthrown. Just consider, long before the May 4 movement, Dr. Sun Yat-sen was already a rebel against the government of his day. He opposed and overthrew the Qing government. Was he right in doing so? In my opinion, he was quite right. For the government he opposed did not resist imperialism but conspired with it, and was not a revolutionary government but one that suppressed the revolution. The May 4 movement was a revolutionary movement precisely because it opposed a government of national betrayal. The youth of China should see the May 4 movement in this light. Today, when the whole nation has militantly risen to resist Japan, we are determined to defeat Japanese imperialism, and we shall not tolerate any traitors or allow the revolution to fail again, for we have taken warning from its failures in the past. With few exceptions, the whole youth of China is awakened and determined to win, and this is reflected in the designation of May 4 as Youth Day. We are advancing along the road to victory and, provided the whole people make a concerted effort, the Chinese Revolution will definitely triumph through the war of resistance. Secondly, what is the Chinese Revolution directed against? What are the targets of the revolution? As everybody knows, imperialism is one target and feudalism the other. What are the targets of the revolution at this moment? One is Japanese imperialism, and the other the Chinese collaborators. To make our revolution we must overthrow Japanese imperialism and the Chinese traitors. Who are the makers of the revolution? What is its main force? The common people of China. The motive forces of the revolution are the proletariat, the peasantry, and all members of other classes who are willing to oppose imperialism and feudalism. These are the revolutionary forces opposing imperialism and feudalism. But who, among so many, are the basic force, the backbone of the revolution? The workers and the peasants, forming 90% of the country's population. What is the nature of the Chinese Revolution? What kind of revolution are we making today? Today we are making a bourgeois democratic revolution, and nothing we do goes beyond its scope. By and large, we should not destroy the bourgeois system of private property for the present. What we want to destroy is imperialism and feudalism. This is what we mean by the bourgeois democratic revolution. But its accomplishment is already beyond the capacity of the bourgeoisie and must depend on the efforts of the proletariat and the broad masses of the people. What is the goal of this revolution? To overthrow imperialism and feudalism and to establish a people's democratic republic. A People's Democratic Republic means a republic based on the revolutionary Three People's Principles. It will be different both from the semi-colonial and semi-feudal state of the present and from the socialist system of the future. Capitalists have no place in a socialist society, but they should still be allowed in a people's democracy. Will there always be a place for capitalists in China? No, definitely not in the future. This is true not only of China but of the whole world. In the future no country, whether it be Britain, the United States, France, Japan, Germany, or Italy, will have any place for capitalists, and China will be no exception. The Soviet Union is a country which has already established socialism, and beyond all doubt the whole world will follow its example. China will certainly go over to socialism in the future, that is an irresistible law. But at the present stage our task is not to put socialism into practice, but to destroy imperialism and feudalism, change China's present semi-colonial and semi-feudal status, and establish people's democracy. This is what the youth of the whole country must strive for. Thirdly, what are the lessons of the Chinese Revolution? This question is also an important one for our youth to understand. Strictly speaking, China's bourgeois democratic revolution against imperialism and feudalism was begun by Dr. Sun Yat-sen and has been going on for more than 50 years. As for foreign capitalist aggression against China, it has been going on for almost 100 years. During that century, there was first the Opium War against British aggression, then came the War of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, then the Sino-Japanese War of 1894, the Reform Movement of 1898, the Yiho Tuan Movement, the Revolution of 1911, the May 4th Movement, the Northern Expedition, and the war waged by the Red Army. Although these struggles differed from each other, their common purpose was to repel foreign enemies or change existing conditions. However, it was only with Dr. Sun Yat-sen that a more or less clearly defined bourgeois democratic revolution began. In the last 50 years the revolution started by Dr. Sun Yat-sen has had both its successes and its failures. Was not the revolution of 1911 a success? Didn't it send the emperor packing? Yet it was a failure in the sense that while it sent the emperor packing, it left China under imperialist and feudal oppression, so that the anti-imperialist and anti-feudal revolutionary task remained unaccomplished. What was the aim of the May 4th movement? Its aim likewise was to overthrow imperialism and feudalism, but it, too, failed, and China still remained under the rule of imperialism and feudalism. The same is true of the revolution known as the Northern Expedition. It scored successes, but it too failed. From the time the Kuomintang turned against the Communist Party to China again fell under the domination of imperialism and feudalism. The inevitable result was the 10 Years' War waged by the Red Army. But these 10 years of struggle fulfilled the revolutionary task only in parts of China and not in the country as a whole. If we are to sum up the revolution during the past decades, we may say that it has won only temporary and partial victories and not permanent and nationwide victory. As Dr. Sun Yat-sen said, the revolution is not yet completed, all my comrades must struggle on. The question now is, why, after decades of struggle, has the Chinese Revolution not yet attained its goal? What are the reasons? I think there are two. First, the enemy forces have been too strong. Second, our own forces have been too weak. Because one side was strong and the other side weak, the revolution did not succeed. In saying that the enemy forces have been too strong, we mean that the forces of imperialism, the primary factor, and of feudalism have been too strong. In saying that our own forces have been too weak, we mean weak in the military, political, economic, and cultural fields, but our weaknesses and our consequent failure to fulfill the anti-imperialist and anti-feudal task are chiefly due to the fact that the laboring people, the workers and peasants, constituting 90% of the population, have not yet been mobilized. If we are to sum up the experience of the revolution of the past decades, we may say that the people throughout the country have not been fully mobilized and that the reactionaries have invariably opposed and sabotaged such mobilization. Only by mobilizing and organizing the workers and peasants, who comprise 90% of the population, is it possible to overthrow imperialism and feudalism? Dr. Sun Yat-sen said in his testament, "For 40 years I have devoted myself to the cause of the national revolution with the aim of winning freedom and equality for China. My experiences during these 40 years have firmly convinced me that to achieve this aim we must arouse the masses of the people and unite in a common struggle with those nations of the world which treat us as equals." It is now more than 10 years since Dr. Sun died, and if we add these on, the total is over 50 years. What is the lesson of the revolution during these years? Fundamentally, it is, arouse the masses of the people. You should carefully study this lesson, and so should all China's youth. They must know that only by mobilizing the masses of workers and peasants, who form 90% of the population, can we defeat imperialism and feudalism. Unless we mobilize the workers and peasants of the whole country, it will be impossible for us to defeat Japan and build a new China. Fourthly, to return to the youth movement. On this very day 20 years ago there occurred in China the great historical event known as the May 4th movement, in which the students participated. It was a movement of tremendous significance. What role have China's young people played since the May 4th movement? In a way they have played a vanguard role, a fact recognized by everybody except the diehards. What is a vanguard role? It means taking the lead and marching in the forefront of the revolutionary ranks. In the anti-imperialist and anti-feudal ranks of the Chinese people, there is a contingent composed of the country's young intellectuals and students. It is a contingent of considerable size and, even if the many who have given their lives are not included, it now numbers several million. It is an army on one of the fronts against imperialism and feudalism, and an important army too. But this army is not enough. We cannot defeat the enemy by relying on it alone, for when all is said and done it is not the main force. What then is the main force? The workers and peasants. Our young intellectuals and students must go among the workers and peasants, who make up 90% of the population, and mobilize and organize them. Without this main force of workers and peasants, we cannot win the fight against imperialism and feudalism. We cannot win it by relying only on the contingent of young intellectuals and students. Therefore, the young intellectuals and students throughout the country must unite with the broad masses of workers and peasants and become one with them, and only then can a mighty force be created. A force of hundreds of millions of people. Only with this huge force can the enemy's strongholds be taken and his last fortresses smashed. In assessing the youth movement of the past from this viewpoint, we should call attention to a wrong tendency. In the youth movement of the last few decades, a section of the young people have been unwilling to unite with the workers and peasants and have opposed their movements. This is a countercurrent in the youth movement. In fact, these people are not at all bright in their refusal to unite with the masses who make up 90% of the population and in going so far as to oppose them outright. Is this a good tendency? I think not, because in opposing the workers and peasants they are in fact opposing the revolution. That is why we say it is a countercurrent in the youth movement. A youth movement of that kind would come to no good. A few days ago I wrote a short article in which I noted, in the final analysis, the dividing line between revolutionary intellectuals and non-revolutionary or counter-revolutionary intellectuals is whether or not they are willing to integrate themselves with the workers and peasants and actually do so. Here I advanced a criterion which I regard as the only valid one. How should we judge whether a youth is a revolutionary? How can we tell? There can only be one criterion, namely, whether or not he is willing to integrate himself with the broad masses of workers and peasants and does so in practice. If he is willing to do so and actually does so, he is a revolutionary, otherwise he is a non-revolutionary or a counter-revolutionary. If today he integrates himself with the masses of workers and peasants, then today he is a revolutionary. If tomorrow he ceases to do so or turns round to oppress the common people, then he becomes a non-revolutionary or a counter-revolutionary. Some young people talk glibly about their belief in the Three People's Principles or in Marxism, but this does not prove anything. Doesn't Hitler profess belief in socialism? 20 years ago even Mussolini was a socialist. And what does their socialism amount to? Fascism. Didn't Chen Tuxia once believe in Marxism? What did he do later? He went over to the counter-revolution. Didn't Chiang Kuo-tao believe in Marxism? Where is he now? He has run away and landed in the mire. Some people style themselves followers of the Three People's Principles or even old stalwarts of these principles, but what have they done? It turns out that their principle of nationalism means conspiring with imperialism, that their principle of democracy means oppressing the common people, and that their principle of people's livelihood means sucking the people's blood. They affirm the Three People's Principles with their lips but deny them in their hearts. So when we assess a person and judge whether he is a true or false adherent of the Three People's Principles, whether he is a true or false Marxist, we need only find out how he stands in relation to the broad masses of workers and peasants, and then we shall know him for what he is. This is the only criterion, there is no other. I hope that the youth of our country will never allow themselves to be carried away by this sinister counter-current but will clearly recognize the workers and peasants as their friends and march forward to a bright future. Fifthly, the present war of resistance against Japan marks a new stage, the greatest, most dynamic, and most vigorous stage in the Chinese Revolution. In this stage the youth shoulder tremendous responsibilities. Our revolutionary movement has gone through many stages of struggle in the last decades, but at no stage has it been so broad as in the present war of resistance. When we maintain that the Chinese Revolution now has features distinguishing it from the revolution in the past and that it will make the turn from failure to victory, we mean that the masses of the Chinese people have made progress, of which the progress of the youth is a clear proof. Hence the anti-Japanese war must and certainly will triumph. As everybody knows, the basic policy in this war is the anti-Japanese National United Front, whose aim it is to overthrow Japanese imperialism and the Chinese collaborators, transform the old China into a new China, and liberate the whole nation from its semi-colonial and semi-feudal status. The present lack of unity in the Chinese youth movement is a serious weakness. You should continue to strive for unity, because unity is strength. You must help the youth of the whole country to understand the present situation, to achieve unity and to resist Japan to the end. Sixthly and lastly, I want to speak about the youth movement in Yenin. It is the model for the youth movement throughout the country. The direction it is taking is in fact the orientation for the youth movement of the entire country. Why? Because it is the correct orientation. You see, in the matter of unity the youth of Yenin have acquitted themselves well, indeed very well. The youth of Yenin have achieved solidarity and unity. The young intellectuals and students, the young workers and peasants in Yenin are all united. Large numbers of revolutionary youth from all over the country, and even from Chinese communities abroad, have come to study in Yenin. Most of you attending this meeting today have come to Yenin from thousands of miles away, whether your surname is Chang or Li, whether you are a man or a woman, a worker or a peasant, you are all of one mind. Should this not be regarded as a model for the whole country? The youth in Yenin, besides being united among themselves, have integrated themselves with the masses of workers and peasants, and more than anything else this makes you a model for the whole country. What have you been doing? You have been learning the theory of revolution and studying the principles and methods for resisting Japan and saving the nation. You have been carrying out the campaign for production and have reclaimed thousands of mao of waste land. Confucius never reclaimed land or tilled the soil. When he ran his school, he had quite a number of students, 70 worthies and 3,000 disciples. Quite a flourishing school. But he had far fewer students than there are in Yenin, and what is more, they would have disliked production campaigns. When a student asked him how to plow the fields, Confucius answered, "I don't know, I am not as good at that as a farmer." Confucius was next asked how to grow vegetables, and he answered, "I don't know, I am not as good at that as a vegetable gardener." In ancient times the youth of China who studied under a sage neither learned revolutionary theory nor took part in labor. Today, there is little revolutionary theory taught and there are no such things as production movements in the schools over vast regions of our country. It is only here in Yenin and in the anti-Japanese base areas behind the enemy lines that the young people are fundamentally different. They are really the vanguard in resisting Japan and saving the nation because their political orientation and their methods of work are correct. That is why I say the youth movement in Yenin is the model for the youth movement throughout the country. Our meeting today is highly significant. I have said all I wanted. I hope you will all study the lessons of the Chinese Revolution in the last 50 years, develop its good points and discard its mistakes, so that the youth will be at one with the people of the whole country and the revolution will make the turn from failure to victory. When the youth and the whole nation are mobilized, organized, and united, Japanese imperialism will be overthrown. Each young person must shoulder his responsibility. You must each be different from before and resolve to unite the youth and organize the people of the whole country for the overthrow of Japanese imperialism and the transformation of the old China into a new China. This is what I expect of all of you. To be attacked by the enemy is not a bad thing but a good thing. On the third anniversary of the founding of the Chinese People's Anti-Japanese Military and Political College, May 26, 1939. Why is it that the Anti-Japanese Military and Political College has become famous all over the country and even enjoys some reputation abroad? Because, of all the anti-Japanese military institutes, it is the most revolutionary, the most progressive, and the best fighter for national liberation and social emancipation. This, I think, is also the reason why visitors to Yenin are so keen on seeing it. The college is revolutionary and progressive because both its staff members and teachers and its courses are revolutionary and progressive. Without this revolutionary and progressive character, it could never have won the praise of revolutionary people at home and abroad. Some people attack the college, they are the country's capitulationists and diehards. This only goes to show that the college is a most revolutionary and progressive one, or otherwise they would not attack it. The vigorous attacks by the capitulationists' diehards testify to its revolutionary and progressive nature and add to its luster. It is a glorious military institute not only because the majority of the people support and praise it, but also because the capitulationists and diehards strenuously attack and slander it. I hold that it is bad as far as we are concerned if a person, a political party, an army, or a school is not attacked by the enemy, for in that case it would definitely mean that we have sunk to the level of the enemy. It is good if we are attacked by the enemy, since it proves that we have drawn a clear line of demarcation between the enemy and ourselves. It is still better if the enemy attacks us wildly and paints us as utterly black and without a single virtue. It demonstrates that we have not only drawn a clear line of demarcation between the enemy and ourselves but achieved a great deal in our work. In the past 3 years, the Anti-Japanese Military and Political College has made a great contribution to the country, to the nation and to society by training tens of thousands of promising, progressive, and revolutionary young students. It will certainly go on making its contribution to the country, the nation, and society, because it will continue to train such young students in large numbers. In speaking of the college, people often compare it to the Whampoa Military Academy one before the Northern Expedition. In fact, there are points of both similarity and difference between the two institutes. The similarity is the presence of communists among the teachers and students in both. The difference is that, while the chief leaders and the majority of the students at the Whampoa Military Academy were members of the Kuomintang, the entire leadership of the Anti-Japanese Military and Political College is in the hands of the Communist Party and the vast majority of the students are communist or communist inclined. For this reason, the Anti-Japanese Military and Political College of today cannot but be more revolutionary and more progressive than was the Whampoa Military Academy of the past, and it will certainly make a greater contribution to national liberation and social emancipation. The educational policy of the college is to cultivate a firm and correct political orientation, an industrious and simple style of work, and flexible strategy and tactics. These are the 3 essentials in the making of an anti-Japanese revolutionary soldier. It is in accordance with these essentials that the staff teach and the students study. The progress and development of the college over the past few years have been accompanied by certain shortcomings. It has grown, but difficulties have arisen too. The main difficulty is the shortage of funds, teachers, and teaching materials. But led by the Communist Party, the college does not fear any difficulties and will certainly overcome them. There are no such things as difficulties for communists, for they can surmount them. It is my hope and the hope of the people of the whole country that the college will eliminate its shortcomings and become still more progressive after its third anniversary. Teachers, staff members, and students of the college, let us redouble our efforts. Oppose capitulationist activity. June 30, 1939. Ever since the Chinese nation was confronted with the Japanese aggression, the first and foremost question has been to fight or not to fight. This question aroused serious controversy in the period from the incident of September 18, 1931 to the Liaoqiao incident of July 7, 1937. The conclusion reached by all patriotic political parties and groups and by all our patriotic fellow countrymen was, to fight is to survive, not to fight is to perish. The conclusion reached by all the capitulationists was, to fight is to perish, not to fight is to survive. For a time, the roaring guns of the resistance at Liaoqiao decided the issue. They proclaimed the first conclusion right and the second wrong. But why was the question settled only temporarily and not once and for all? Because the Japanese imperialists adopted the policy of inducing China to capitulate, the international capitulationists tried to bring about a compromise, and certain people within our anti-Japanese front wavered. Now the issue has been raised again, worded in a slightly different way as a question of peace or war. Thus a controversy has arisen inside China between those who favor continuing the war and those who favor making peace. Their respective positions remain the same. The conclusion of the war group is to fight is to survive, to make peace is to perish. The conclusion of the peace group is to make peace is to survive, to fight is to perish. The former comprises all patriotic parties and all patriots, and they make up the great majority of the nation, while the latter, i.e., the capitulationists, constitutes only a small wavering minority within the anti-Japanese front. Consequently, the peace group has to resort to lying propaganda, and, above all, to anti-communist propaganda. For example, it has fabricated and released a spate of false news, false reports, false documents, and false resolutions, such as, the Communist Party engages in disruptive activities, the 8th Route Army and the new 4th Army are merely moving about without fighting and refuse to obey orders, a separatist regime has been formed in the Shenzi-Kansuningxia border region and is expanding beyond its confines, the Communist Party is plotting to overthrow the government, and even, the Soviet Union is plotting aggression against China. Its purpose is to make peace, or in other words to capitulate, by covering up the real facts and confusing public opinion. The peace group, the group of capitulationists, is doing all this because it cannot wreck Kuomintang communist cooperation, split the anti-Japanese National United Front and surrender to Japan unless it combats the Communist Party, which is the initiator and champion of the United Front. Second, it hopes that Japanese imperialism will make concessions. It believes that Japan is well nigh exhausted and will change her basic policy, voluntarily withdrawing from central, southern, and even northern China, and that China can thus win without doing any more fighting. Third, it pins its hopes on international pressure. Many people in the peace group bank on the exertion of pressure by the big powers not only on Japan, so that she will make some concessions and thereby facilitate a peace settlement, but also on the Chinese government, so that they can say to the war group, look, in the present international climate, we have to make peace. And a Pacific International Conference too would be to China's advantage. It would not be another Munich III but a step towards China's rejuvenation. This forms the sum total of the views, tactics, and schemes of the peace group, the Chinese capitulationists. The drama is being acted out not only by Wang Qingwei himself, but, what is more serious, by many others like him who are concealed within the anti-Japanese front and are collaborating with him in a kind of duet for or joint performance, with some wearing the white makeup of the stage villain and others the red makeup of the hero. We communists openly proclaim that, at all times, we stand with those who favor continuing the war and resolutely oppose those who favor making peace. We have but one desire, that is, together with all other patriotic parties and all other patriots, to strengthen unity and strengthen the National United Front and Kuomintang Communist cooperation, put the Three People's Principles into effect, carry the war of resistance through to the end, fight all the way to the Yalu River and recover all our lost territories. 5. We firmly denounce the Wangqing Weiss, both overt and covert, who are creating an anti-communist climate, engineering friction 6 between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party, and even trying to provoke another civil war between the two parties. We say to them, in essence, your divisive schemes are nothing but preparations for capitulation, and your divisive and capitulationist policy simply reveals your general plan of selling out the interests of the nation for the selfish interests of a few individuals. People have eyes and will see through your scheming. We categorically repudiate the absurd view that a Pacific Conference would not be an Eastern Munich. Of course, the so-called Pacific Conference would be an Eastern Munich, a preparation for turning China into another Czechoslovakia. We firmly denounce the groundless assertion that Japanese imperialism may come to its senses and make concessions. Japanese imperialism will never change its basic policy of subjugating China. Japan's honeyed words after the fall of Wuhan, for instance, the suggestion that she would abandon the policy of not accepting the national government as the opposite party in negotiations 7 and would instead recognize it as such, or that she would withdraw her troops from central and southern China on certain conditions are nothing but cunning bait to hook the fish, so that whoever swallows the bait must expect to be well and truly cooked. The international capitulationists are likewise pursuing a cunning policy to induce China to surrender. They have countenanced Japanese aggression against China, while they themselves sit on top of the mountain to watch the tigers fight, waiting for the opportune moment to engineer a so-called Pacific Conference for mediation in order to profit at others' expense. Anyone who pins his hopes on such schemers will likewise find that he has been badly duped. What was once a question of whether or not to fight has now become a question of whether to continue the war or to make peace, but essentially it is the same question, the most important and fundamental of all questions. In the last 6 months, with Japan pressing on with her policy of inducing China to capitulate, with the international capitulationists intensifying their activities and, above all, with some people in our anti-Japanese front wavering more than ever, a great clamor has arisen around the question of peace or war, so that capitulation has become the main danger in the present political situation. And the first and most important move the capitulationists are making to prepare for it is to fight communism, that is, to break up Kuomintang communist cooperation and the unity of the anti-Japanese front. In these circumstances, all patriotic parties and all patriots must keep a close watch over the capitulationists' activities and must understand the main characteristics of the present situation, namely, that capitulation is the chief danger and that anti-communism is the preparatory step to capitulation, and they must do their utmost to oppose capitulation and a split. No group of people must ever be allowed to undermine or betray the war against Japanese imperialism, a war which has cost the whole nation 2 full years of bloodshed. No group of people must ever be allowed to disrupt or split the anti-Japanese National United Front which has been forged by the common effort of the whole nation. Fight on and persist in unity, and China will survive. Make peace and persist in splitting, and China will perish. Which to reject and which to accept? Our countrymen must quickly make their choice. We communists will definitely fight on and persist in unity. All patriotic parties and all patriots will fight on and persist in unity. Even if the capitulationists who are plotting surrender and a split should get the upper hand for a while, they will eventually be unmasked and punished by the people. The historical task of the Chinese nation is to achieve liberation through united resistance. What the capitulationists desire is the exact opposite, but however much they may have the upper hand, however jubilant they may be, fancying that nobody dare harm them, they cannot escape punishment by the whole people. Oppose capitulation and a split. This is the urgent task now confronting all the patriotic political parties and groups and all our patriotic fellow countrymen. People of the whole country, unite. Persist in resistance and unity, and suppress all plots for capitulation and a split. The reactionaries must be punished. August 1, 1939. This speech was delivered by Comrade Mao Zedong at a memorial meeting held by the people of Yan'an for the martyrs of Pinkyang. Today, the 1st of August, we are gathered here for a memorial meeting. Why are we holding this memorial meeting? Because the reactionaries have killed our revolutionary comrades, killed fighters against Japan. Who should be killed in these times? The Chinese traitors and the Japanese imperialists. China has been fighting Japanese imperialism for 2 years, but the outcome is not yet decided. The traitors are still very active, and very few of them have been killed. Yet our revolutionary comrades, all warriors against Japan, have been killed. Killed by whom? Killed by the troops. Why did the troops kill fighters against Japan? They were carrying out orders, certain people gave them the order to kill. Who gave them the order to kill? The reactionaries. 1. Comrades. Logically, who would want to kill fighters against Japan? First, the Japanese imperialists, and next, the Chinese collaborators and traitors such as Wang Qingwei. But the scene of the killing was not Shanghai, Peiping, Tientsin or Nanking, or any other place occupied by the Japanese aggressors and Chinese collaborators. It took place in Pinkyang, in the rear of the War of Resistance, and among the victims were comrades Tu Changkun and Lo Zuming, responsible comrades of the Pinkyang Liaison Office of the new Fourth Army. Obviously, the killing was perpetrated by a gang of Chinese reactionaries acting on the orders of the Japanese imperialists and Wang Qingwei. Preparing to capitulate, these reactionaries obsequiously carried out the orders of the Japanese and Wang Qingwei, and the first people they killed were the most resolute fighters against Japan. This is no trivial matter, we must raise our voices against it, we must denounce it. The whole nation is now resisting Japan and has forged a great union of the people for the purpose of resistance. But within this great union there are reactionaries and capitulators. What are they doing? They are killing fighters against Japan, holding back progress and working in collusion with the Japanese aggressors and Chinese collaborators to pave the way for capitulation. Has anyone taken action on this serious case of the murder of anti-Japanese comrades? The murder was committed at 3 p.m. on June 12. Today is August 1, but in all this time have we seen anyone step forward and take action? No. Who should have done so? Action should have been taken under the law of the land by the administrators of the law. If such a thing had happened in the Shenxi-Kansuningxia border region, our High Court would have acted long ago. But although nearly 2 months have elapsed since the Pinkyang massacre, the law and its administrators have done nothing. What is the reason? The reason is, China is not unified. 2. China must be unified, there can be no victory without unification. But what does unification mean? It means that everybody should resist Japan, that all should unite and strive for progress and that there should be due rewards and punishments. Who ought to be rewarded? Those who resist Japan, those who uphold unity, those who are progressive. And who ought to be punished? The collaborators and reactionaries who undermine resistance, unity, and progress. Is our country now unified? It is not. The Pinkyang massacre proves it. It shows that there is no unification where there should be. We have long demanded the unification of the whole country. First, unification on the basis of the war of resistance. But now, instead of being rewarded, Tu Changkun, Lo Zuming and the other comrades who were resisting the Japanese have been brutally murdered, whereas scoundrels who oppose resistance, prepare to capitulate and commit murder go unpunished. That is not unification. We must oppose these scoundrels and capitulators, and arrest the murderers. Second, Unification on the basis of unity. Those who stand for unity ought to be rewarded and those who undermine it ought to be punished. But now, comrades Tu Changkun, Lo Zuming, and the others who upheld unity have been punished, have been brutally murdered, whereas the scoundrels who undermine unity are allowed to go scot-free. That is not unification. Third, unification on the basis of progress. The whole country must go forward, the backward must try to keep pace with the progressive, and the progressive must not be held back to the pace of the backward. The butchers at Pinkyong killed progressive people. Hundreds of communists and patriots have been assassinated since the outbreak of the War of Resistance, the Pinkyong massacre being only the most recent example. It will be disastrous for China if this continues. All who resist Japan may be murdered. What do these murders mean? They mean that the Chinese reactionaries, acting under orders from the Japanese imperialists and Wang Qingwei, are preparing to capitulate, and that is why they begin by killing fighters against Japan, by killing communists and patriots. If this is not stopped, China will perish at the hands of these reactionaries. These murders, therefore, concern the whole country, they are of the gravest importance, and we must demand that the national government punish these reactionaries with the utmost severity. Comrades must also realize that Japanese imperialism has recently intensified its disruptive activities, that international imperialism has become more active in helping Japan and that the traitors in China, both the overt and the covert Wang Qingweis, are more active than ever in sabotaging the war of resistance, wrecking unity, and turning the clock back. They want to surrender the greater part of our country, cause an internal split and engineer a civil war. At the present time certain secret measures known as measures for restricting the activities of alien parties are being extensively enforced. They are reactionary to the core, helpful to Japanese imperialism and detrimental to resistance, unity, and progress. Which are the alien parties? The Japanese imperialists, Wang Qingwei, and the traitors. How can the Communist Party and all the other anti-Japanese political parties, which are united in resistance to Japan, be called alien parties? Yet the capitulators, reactionaries, and diehards are deliberately creating friction and disunity within the anti-Japanese ranks. Is this kind of activity right or wrong? It is absolutely wrong. Unanimous applause. When it comes to restriction, what sort of people should be restricted? The Japanese imperialists, Wang Qingwei, the reactionaries, and capitulators? Unanimous applause. Why restrict the Communist Party, which is the most resolute in resisting Japan, the most revolutionary and the most progressive? It is absolutely wrong. We the people of Yan'an voice our firm opposition and strong protest. Unanimous applause. We must oppose the measures for restricting the activities of alien parties, for such measures are at the very root of all kinds of criminal actions that wreck unity. We are holding this mass meeting today for the sake of continued resistance, unity, and progress. To this end, the measures for restricting the activities of alien parties must be abolished, the capitulators and reactionaries must be punished, and all revolutionary comrades, all the comrades and people resisting Japan must be protected. Warm applause and slogan shouting. Interview with the New China Daily correspondent on the new international situation. September 1, 1939. Correspondent, what is the significance of the Treaty of Non-Aggression between the Soviet Union and Germany? 1. Mao Zedong, the Soviet-German Non-Aggression Treaty is the result of the growing socialist strength of the Soviet Union and the policy of peace persistently followed by the Soviet government. The treaty has shattered the intrigues by which the reactionary international bourgeoisie represented by Chamberlain and Daladier sought to instigate a Soviet-German war, has broken the encirclement of the Soviet Union by the German-Italian-Japanese anti-communist bloc, strengthened peace between the Soviet Union and Germany, and safeguarded the progress of socialist construction in the Soviet Union. In the East it deals a blow to Japan and helps China. It strengthens the position of China's forces of resistance to Japan and deals a blow to the capitulators. All this provides a basis for helping the people throughout the world to win freedom and liberation. Such is the full political significance of the Soviet-German non-aggression treaty. Question: some people do not realize yet that the Soviet-German non-aggression treaty is the result of the breakdown of the Anglo-French-Soviet talks, but think that the Soviet-German treaty caused the breakdown. Will you please explain why the Anglo-French-Soviet talks failed? Answer: the talks failed purely because the British and French governments were insincere. In recent years the reactionary international bourgeoisie, and primarily that of Britain and France, have consistently pursued the reactionary policy of non-intervention towards aggression by fascist Germany, Italy, and Japan. Their purpose is to connive at wars of aggression and to profit by them. Thus Britain and France flatly rejected the Soviet Union's repeated proposals for a genuine front against aggression. Standing on the sidelines, they took a non-interventionist position and connived at German, Italian, and Japanese aggression. Their aim was to step forward and intervene when the belligerents had worn each other out. In pursuit of this reactionary policy they sacrificed half of China to Japan, and the whole of Abyssinia, Spain, Austria, and Czechoslovakia to Italy and Germany. 2. Then they wanted to sacrifice the Soviet Union. This plot was clearly revealed in the recent Anglo-French-Soviet talks. They lasted for more than 4 months, from April 15 to August 23, during which the Soviet Union exercised the utmost patience. But, from start to finish, Britain and France rejected the principle of equality and reciprocity. They demanded that the Soviet Union provide safeguards for their security, but refused to do likewise for the Soviet Union and the small Baltic states, so as to leave a gap through which Germany could attack, and they also refused to allow the passage of Soviet troops through Poland to fight the aggressor. That is why the talks broke down. In the meantime, Germany indicated her willingness to stop her activities against the Soviet Union and abandon the so-called agreement against the Communist International III and recognized the inviolability of the Soviet frontiers, hence the conclusion of the Soviet-German non-aggression treaty. The policy of non-intervention pursued by international and primarily Anglo-French reaction is a policy of sitting on top of the mountain to watch the tigers fight, a downright imperialist policy of profiting at others' expense. This policy was initiated when Chamberlain took office, reached its climax in the Munich Agreement of September last year and finally collapsed in the recent Anglo-French-Soviet talks. From now on the situation will inevitably develop into one of direct conflict between the two big imperialist blocs, the Anglo-French bloc and the German-Italian bloc. As I said in October 1938 at the 6th plenary session of the 6th Central Committee of our party, the inevitable result of Chamberlain's policy will be like lifting a rock only to drop it on one's own toes. Chamberlain started with the aim of injuring others only to end up by ruining himself. This is the law of development which governs all reactionary policies. Question: in your opinion, how will the present situation develop? Answer: the international situation has already entered a new phase. The one-sided situation in the Second Imperialist War, which has existed for some time, in other words, the situation in which, as a result of the policy of non-intervention, one group of imperialist states attacks while another sits tight and looks on, will inevitably be replaced by a situation of all-embracing war as far as Europe is concerned. The Second Imperialist War has entered a new stage. In Europe, a large-scale imperialist war is imminent between the German-Italian and the Anglo-French imperialist blocs, which are contending for domination over the colonial peoples. In this war, each of the belligerents will brazenly declare its own cause to be just and that of its opponents unjust in order to delude people and win the support of public opinion. Actually, this is a swindle. The aims of both sides are imperialist, both are fighting for the domination of colonies and semi-colonies and for spheres of influence, and both are waging a predatory war. At present, they are fighting over Poland, the Balkans, and the Mediterranean littoral. This war is not at all a just war. The only just wars are non-predatory wars, wars of liberation. Communists will in no circumstances support any predatory war. They will, however, bravely step forward to support every just and non-predatory war for liberation, and they will stand in the forefront of the struggle. With Chamberlain and Daladier practicing intimidation and bribery, the social democratic parties affiliated to the Second International are splitting up. One section, the reactionary upper stratum, is following the same old disastrous road as in the First World War and is ready to support the new imperialist war. But another section will join with the communists in forming a popular front against war and fascism. Chamberlain and Daladier are following in the footsteps of Germany and Italy and are becoming more and more reactionary, taking advantage of the war mobilization to put the state structure in their countries on a fascist footing and to militarize the economy. In short, the two big imperialist blocs are feverishly preparing for war and millions of people are facing the danger of mass slaughter. Surely all this will arouse movements of resistance among the masses. Whether in Germany or in Italy, Britain or France, or anywhere else in Europe or the world at large, if the people do not want to be used as imperialist cannon fodder, they will have to rise up and oppose the imperialist war in every possible way. Besides these two big blocs, there is a third bloc in the capitalist world, headed by the United States and including a number of Central and South American countries. In its own interests, this bloc will not enter the war for the time being. In the name of neutrality, U.S. imperialism is temporarily refraining from joining either of the belligerents, so as to be able to come on the scene later and contend for the leadership of the capitalist world. The fact that the U.S. bourgeoisie is not yet prepared to discard democracy and a peacetime economy at home is favorable to the world peace movement. Badly hit by the Soviet-German treaty, Japanese imperialism is facing a future beset with still greater difficulties. Two factions within Japan are fighting over foreign policy. The militarists are contemplating an alliance with Germany and Italy for the purpose of gaining exclusive control of China, invading Southeast Asia and expelling Britain, the United States and France from the East. On the other hand, one section of the bourgeoisie would prefer to make concessions to Britain, the United States and France in order to concentrate on plundering China. At present, there is a strong tendency towards a compromise with Britain. The British reactionaries will offer Japan the joint partition of China plus financial and economic help, in return for which Japan will have to serve as the watchdog of British interests in the East, suppress the Chinese national liberation movement and contain the Soviet Union. Therefore, whatever happens, Japan's basic aim of conquering China will never change. The possibility that Japan will launch large-scale frontal military offensives in China may not be very great, but it will step up its political offensive to use Chinese to subdue Chinese for and its economic plundering of China to sustain the war by means of war, 5 while keeping up its frantic mopping up campaign 6 in the occupied areas. Moreover, it will work through Britain to force China to surrender. At a favorable moment it will propose an Eastern Munich and, with some relatively big concessions as bait, will try to coax and bully China into accepting its terms for surrender, so as to attain its aim of subjugating China. No matter what cabinet changes the Japanese ruling class may make, this imperialist aim will remain unchanged until the Japanese people rise in revolution. Outside the capitalist world there is a world of light, the Socialist Soviet Union. The Soviet-German Treaty enables the Soviet Union to give greater help to the world movement for peace and to China in her resistance to Japan. This is my appraisal of the international situation. Question: in these circumstances, what are the prospects for China? Answer: there are two possibilities. One is perseverance in resistance, unity, and progress, which would mean national rejuvenation. The other is compromise, a split, and retrogression, which would mean national subjugation. In the new international situation, as Japan comes up against increased difficulties and China firmly refuses to compromise, the stage of strategic retreat will end for us and that of strategic stalemate will begin. The latter stage is one of preparation for the counteroffensive. However, stalemate along the front means the reverse of stalemate in the enemy's rear. With the emergence of a stalemate along the front lines, the struggle behind the enemy's lines will become intense. Thus the large-scale mopping up campaigns the enemy has been conducting in the occupied areas mainly in northern China since the fall of Wuhan will not only continue but will be intensified from now on. Furthermore, since the enemy's main policy at present consists in his political offensive to use Chinese to subdue Chinese and in his economic aggression for sustaining the war by means of war, and since a Far Eastern Munich is the objective of British policy in the East, the danger of the surrender of the greater part of China and of an internal split will increase enormously. China is still far weaker than the enemy, and unless the whole country unites in an arduous struggle, it will not be able to build up strength for the counter-offensive. Therefore, the most serious task for our country is still perseverance in the war, and there must be no slackening. Beyond any doubt, China must on no account miss the present opportunity or make a wrong decision but must take a firm political stand. In other words, first, firm adherence to the stand of resistance to Japan and opposition to any moves towards compromise. Determined blows must be struck at all the open or undercover Wangqingweis. China must firmly reject any blandishments, whether from Japan or from Britain, and must never take part in an Eastern Munich. Second, firm adherence to the stand of unity and opposition to any moves towards a split. Strict vigilance must be maintained against such moves whether they stem from the Japanese imperialists, from other foreign countries, or from the capitulators at home. All internal friction harmful to the war of resistance must be sternly checked. Third, firm adherence to the stand of progress and opposition to any retrogression. Whether in the military, political, financial, or economic sphere, or in party affairs, or in the field of culture and education, or in the mass movement, every theory, every institution, every measure harmful to the war must be re-examined and effectively changed to serve the war of resistance. If all this is done, China will be able effectively to build up her strength for the counter-offensive. From now on the whole country must make preparation for the counter-offensive its overall task in the war of resistance. Today, it is necessary on the one hand earnestly to sustain our defense along the front lines and vigorously to help the fighting behind the enemy lines, and on the other to institute political, military, and other reforms and build up tremendous strength, so that when the moment comes, the whole might of the nation can be thrown into a large-scale counter-offensive for the recovery of our lost territories. The Second Imperialist War. September 14, 1939. Extracted from a lecture to the party cadres in Yenin, September 14, L 939, reported in Chifang No. 85, September 30, 1939. The New World Economic Crisis, which began in 1937, has in recent years penetrated into so-called peaceful states such as England, France, and America. It is also developing in Germany, Japan, and Italy. This economic crisis has also brought a grave political crisis in its wake. The people are discontented with capitalism and with the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. Whether it be in the states that became fascist a long time ago, or in the states where they are taking advantage of the war to carry out fascination, this political crisis, this popular discontent are daily becoming more acute. On the other hand, the Socialist Soviet Union has been strengthened to the point where it can no longer be invaded. Under these conditions, the bourgeoisie of each of the imperialist states realizes that without a vast war, without transforming the limited war into a total war, without demolishing its imperialist friends, it cannot escape either the economic crisis or the political crisis, nor can it escape its own death. These are the calculations of the bourgeoisie of all the countries of the world on the eve of its death. The authors of these calculations have no idea that in this way, by making use of a war to divide up the world anew in order to escape from the economic and political crisis and to avoid their own death, they cannot fail to create an even greater economic and political crisis and to hasten the day of their death. They are like a mad dog, they are already mad, the capitalist system has made them altogether mad. They cannot do otherwise than hurl themselves pell-mell against their enemies and against the walls of the world. Such is the reality of life today in all the capitalist countries of the world. A fight between mad dogs such is the present imperialist war. 1. The aims of the war. War is the continuation of politics. The nature of imperialism is predatory, and even in periods of peace there is no instance when the policy of the imperialist states is not predatory. But when the predatory policy of certain imperialist states encounters the obstacle of certain other imperialist states and cannot break through this obstacle by peaceful means, then these states use warlike means to break through this obstacle so that they may pursue their predatory policies. The aim of the Second Imperialist War is similar to that of the First Imperialist War. It consists in dividing up the world anew, that is to say, in dividing up anew the colonies, semi-colonies, and spheres of influence, in pillaging the peoples of the world, and in establishing their domination over the peoples of the world. Apart from aims of this kind, are there any other aims? Are there any good aims? There are none whatever. Whether it be Germany, Italy, or Japan, whether it be England, America, or France, all the imperialist states participating directly or indirectly in the war have only a counter-revolutionary, an imperialist goal: pillaging the people. The lasting peace of Japanese imperialism, the self-determination of peoples of Hitler, the opposition to National Socialism of Chamberlain, the aid to Poland of Daladier, all these come down to a single word: pillage. Merely because it sounds good and to fool the people, they order their secretaries to invent a few synonyms, that is all. 2. The nature of the war. The nature of the war is basically determined by the political aims of the war. All wars are divided into two categories. As Comrade Stalin has said, they are divided into 1. Just wars, the aim of which is not pillage but liberation, and 2. Unjust wars of pillage. By its nature, the Second Imperialist War, like the First Imperialist War, belongs to the second category. The two sides in the present war, in order to fool the people and mobilize public opinion, both proclaim with utter shamelessness that they themselves are just and those on the other side unjust. In reality, all of this is nothing but a farce and sham. Only wars of national liberation and wars of popular liberation, as well as wars undertaken by socialist countries to support these two kinds of liberation movements, are just wars. Many people are confused about the present war. According to them, Germany is certainly unjust, whereas England and France are democratic and anti-fascist states, and Poland, for her part, is waging a national war of self-defense. They therefore believe that on the whole, the Anglo-Franco-Polish side has after all a slightly progressive character. This is altogether muddled conception, arising from the fact that people have not clearly understood either the aims of the war or the peculiarities that characterize the first and the second stages of the war. 3. The peculiarities of the first stage of the war. A portion of the imperialist states, the fascist states of Germany, Italy, and Japan, were waging wars of aggression like mad dogs, violating the interests of all small and weak peoples, violating the interests of all democratic countries, and unleashing a fascist menace within each democratic country. At this time the people of the whole world demanded that aggression be resisted and that democracy be defended. They demanded that another part of the imperialist states, the so-called democratic states of England, America, and France, intervene against these wars of aggression and that they allow the people to retain a small residue of democracy. The Soviet Union made known many times that she was ready to establish a joint front against aggression with all these so-called democratic states. If these so-called democratic states had intervened at the time against the aggressors, if a war had broken out to prevent aggression, if for example it had been possible together with the Soviet Union to aid the armies of the Spanish government in their effort to stop the German and Italian aggressors, and to aid China in her effort to stop the Japanese aggressors, then such an action, such a war, would have been just, would have had a progressive character. But these so-called democratic states did not intervene, they adopted a policy of non-intervention. Their aim was to bring about a situation in which the two sides, the side of the aggressors and the side of the victims of aggression, would be ravaged by war, after which they would intervene to fish in troubled waters. Nevertheless, at this time, apart from the circumstances that German, Italian, and Japanese imperialism were waging unjust wars of pillage, and that the so-called democratic states were allowing them to continue, there was another circumstance: there were also wars of national liberation. For our revolutionary policy during the first stage of the war. There is not the slightest doubt that the revolutionary policy of this stage has as its goal the organization of a united front against aggression of the people of the country that is the victim of aggression. At the same time, this policy does not ignore the organization by the Soviet Union and the governments of all the democratic countries of the struggle to prevent new aggression. Even after Munich, because of the anger aroused among the broad masses of the English and French people and even among the left wing of the bourgeoisie by the defeat of Spain and the disappearance of Czechoslovakia, there was a possibility of compelling the Chamberlain and Daladier governments to abandon their policy of non-intervention and to organize, with the Soviet Union, a common front against aggression. 5. The rupture of the Anglo-Franco-Soviet negotiations and the beginning of the second stage of the war. The bourgeoisie of the so-called democratic states fear on the one hand that the fascist states may violate their interests, but they fear the development of the revolutionary forces even more. They fear the Soviet Union, they fear the liberation movements of the peoples of their own countries, they fear the liberation movements in the colonies and semi-colonies. Consequently, they rejected a genuine united front against aggression and a genuine war against aggression involving the participation of the Soviet Union, and they organized by themselves a united counter-revolutionary front. They undertook by themselves a robbers' war of pillage. The Anglo-Franco-Soviet negotiations lasted from April 15 to August 23. But from beginning to end, England and France refused to recognize the principle of equality and reciprocity. They wanted the Soviet Union to guarantee their security, but they were absolutely unwilling to guarantee the security of the Soviet Union or of the small countries of the Baltic. In addition, they would not allow the Soviet army to cross Poland to fight the aggressor. Naturally, the Soviet Union was not willing to conclude a treaty like that proposed by England and France, which would not have been adapted to revolutionary aims but only to counter-revolutionary aims. This is the basic reason for the rupture of the Anglo-Franco-Soviet negotiations. At this point, Germany abandoned her anti-Soviet position and in fact was ready to abandon the so-called Anti-Comintern Pact. She recognized the inviolability of the Soviet frontier, and so the German-Soviet non-aggression treaty was concluded. The absolute lack of sincerity of England and France in their negotiations with the Soviet Union, their absolute refusal genuinely to oppose aggression, the way in which they decided to break off the three-power negotiations, proves nothing less than that Chamberlain had already decided on war. Consequently, if the Great War broke out, it was not only Hitler but Chamberlain who wanted to fight, for if he had really wanted to avoid the war, he could have done so only with Soviet participation. 6. The peculiarities of the second stage of the war. At the present time, now that war has broken out, the situation has undergone a fundamental change. The distinction that existed in the past between the fascist states and the democratic states has lost all meaning. At the present time, if one wishes to distinguish between things of different natures, there are only the following two categories: 1. All the countries that are waging an imperialist war of pillage as well as all the countries that are in reality supporting this war, and 2. Those who are waging not wars of pillage but just wars of national liberation and popular liberation, as well as the countries that support these war. Today England had become the most reactionary country in the world, and the number one anti-Soviet, anti-communist, anti-democratic, and anti-popular leader, the enemy of all small peoples, is none other than Chamberlain. 7. Our revolutionary policy during the second stage of the war. In conformity with the peculiarities of the second stage of the war, what should the revolutionary policy of the proletariat be, and especially of the Communist Party? In my opinion, it should be the following. 1. In all the imperialist countries participating in the war, we must call on the people to oppose the imperialist war, make clear the imperialist nature of both warring camps, treat them all as the same kind of robbers. In particular, we must oppose English imperialism, this robber chief, incite the people not to allow themselves to be deceived by the imperialist robbers, carry out propaganda among the people, in order that they may transform the imperialist war into a revolutionary civil war, establish a united popular front against the imperialist war. 2. In all the neutral countries, such as America, the members of the Communist Party should reveal to the people the imperialist policy of the bourgeois government, which calls itself neutral but in reality aids the war and seeks to enrich itself in the war. 3. In all the colonial and semi-colonial countries, the policy to follow is that of the National United Front, either to resist the invader, as in China, or to oppose the mother country, as in the case of India, in order to attain national independence. In all the colonies of countries participating in the war we must oppose the actions of the traitors to the nation who support the war waged by the mother country, oppose the mobilization of the people of the colony to participate in the war on the front of the other country, remind the people of the colony of the misery they suffered during the first imperialist war. In the colonial and semi-colonial countries, if we do not oppose the traitors to the nation there is no hope for the movement of national liberation. 8. The perspectives of the war. Wars between imperialisms and mutual weakening of imperialisms constitutes a favorable condition for movements of popular liberation in all countries, for movements of national liberation in all countries, for China's war of resistance, for the building of communism, in the Soviet Union. From this standpoint, the darkness that reigns in the world is only provisional and the future of the world is bright. Imperialism will surely perish, and the liberation of the oppressed people and of the oppressed nations will surely be achieved. Interview with 3 correspondents from the Central News Agency, the Sao Tangpao and the HSIN Minpao 1. September 16, 1939. Correspondent, may we ask for your views on a few questions? We have read your statement of September 1 in today's New China News. It covers some of our questions, but there are others on which we would like you to elaborate. Our written questions are divided into 3 groups and we would be glad if you would give us your views on each of them. Mao Zedong, I shall deal with them according to your list. You ask if the war of resistance has reached the stage of stalemate. I think it has in the sense that there is a new international situation and that Japan is facing greater difficulties while China has stood firm against compromise. This does not rule out the possibility that the enemy may still launch fairly big offensive campaigns. For instance, he may attack Bakhoi, Changsha, or even Xi'an. When we say that the enemy's large-scale strategic offensive and our strategic retreat have in a sense largely come to an end, we do not altogether exclude the possibility of further offensives and retreats. As for the specific task in the new stage, it is to prepare for the counter-offensive, and this concept covers everything. That is to say, during the stage of stalemate China must build up all the strength required for the future counter-offensive. To prepare for the counter-offensive does not mean launching it immediately, since it cannot be done unless the conditions are ripe. What we are talking about is the strategic, and not the tactical, counter-offensive. Tactical counter-offensives, such as our repulse of the enemy's mopping up campaigns in southeastern Shanxi are not only possible but absolutely necessary. But the time has not yet arrived for an all-out strategic counter-offensive, and we are now at the stage of actively preparing for it. At this stage we shall still have to repulse a certain number of offensive campaigns the enemy may launch at the front. To itemize the tasks of the new stage, in the enemy's rear we must keep up guerrilla warfare, smash his mopping up campaigns and defeat his economic aggression. At the front we must strengthen our military defenses and repulse any offensive campaign the enemy may launch. In the great rear area the main thing is to work hard for political reforms. All these form the specific content of our preparations for the counter-offensive. Internal political reform is very important because at present the enemy is mainly carrying on a political offensive, and so we must strengthen our political resistance in particular. In other words, the problem of democracy must be solved as soon as possible, for only in this way can we increase our capacity for political resistance and build up our military strength. China has to rely mainly on her own efforts in the war of resistance. We have stood for regeneration through our own efforts, and this has become even more important in the new international situation. The essence of such regeneration is democracy. Question: you have just said that democracy is essential to winning victory in the war of resistance through our own efforts. How can such a system be brought into being in the present circumstances? Answer: Dr. Sun Yat-sen originally envisaged the three stages of military rule, political tutelage, and constitutional government. 2. But in his statement on my departure for the North 3 issued shortly before his death, he no longer spoke of 3 stages, but said instead that a National Assembly must be convened immediately. This shows that Dr. Sun himself modified his views many years ago in the light of changing circumstances. In the grave situation prevailing today, with the war of resistance going on, both the early convening of a National Assembly and the introduction of democratic government are imperative for averting the calamity of national subjugation and for driving out the enemy. Opinions differ on this question. Some say that the common people are ignorant and democratic government cannot be introduced. They are wrong. The common people have made very rapid progress in the war and, given leadership and proper policy, democratic government can certainly be introduced. For instance, it has been put into practice in northern China. Most of the heads of districts, townships, and the Pao and Chia there are chosen by popular vote. Even some county magistrates have been chosen in this way, and progressive elements and promising young people have been elected. The question should be thrown open to public discussion. In the second group on your list, you raise the question of restricting alien parties, that is, the question of the friction in various localities. Your concern over this matter is justified. There has been some improvement recently, but fundamentally the situation remains unchanged. Question: has the Communist Party made its position on this question clear to the central government? Answer: we have protested. Question: in what way? Answer: our party representative, Comrade Zhou Enlai, wrote a letter to Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek as early as July. Then again on August 1, people from all walks of life in Yenan sent a telegram to the Generalissimo and the national government, demanding the withdrawal of the measures for restricting the activities of alien parties, which had been secretly circulated and which are at the very root of the friction in various places. Question: has there been any reply from the central government? Answer: no. But it is said that there are also people in the Kuomintang who disapprove of these measures. As everybody knows, an army that participates in the common fight against Japan is a friendly army, not an alien army, and similarly, a political party that participates in the common fight against Japan is a friendly party, not an alien party. There are many parties and groups taking part in the war of resistance and, while they vary in strength, they are fighting in the same cause. Surely they must all unite and must in no circumstances restrict one another. Which party is an alien party? The party of the traitors headed by Wang Qingwei, the running dog of Japan, because it has nothing in common politically with the anti-Japanese parties. That is the kind of party which should be restricted. Between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party there is common political ground, namely, resistance to Japanese aggression. Therefore, the problem is to concentrate all our strength on opposing and checking Japan and Wang Qingwei, and not on opposing and checking the Communist Party. This is the only basis for formulating correct slogans. Wang Qingwei has 3 slogans: oppose Chiang Kai-shek, oppose the Communist Party, and be friends with Japan. Wang Qingwei is the common enemy of the Kuomintang, the Communist Party and the entire people. But the Communist Party is not the enemy of the Kuomintang, nor is the Kuomintang the enemy of the Communist Party. They should unite and help each other rather than oppose or restrict each other. The slogans on our side must be different from Wang Qingwei's, they must be the opposite of his and never be confused with them. If he says, oppose Chiang Kai-shek, everyone should support Chiang Kai-shek. If he says, oppose the Communist Party, everyone should unite with the Communist Party, and if he says, be friends with Japan, everyone should resist Japan. We should support whatever the enemy opposes and oppose whatever the enemy supports. In articles nowadays people often quote the saying, do not sadden your friends and gladden your enemies. It comes from a letter which Chu Fu, a general under Lucio of the Eastern Han Dynasty, wrote to Peng Cheng, the prefect of Yuyang. In context it reads, whatever you do, you must be sure that you do not sadden your friends and gladden your enemies. Chu Po's words express a clear-cut political principle which we must never forget. In your list of questions you also ask about the Communist Party's attitude to what has come to be known as friction. I tell you frankly that we are absolutely opposed to friction between the anti-Japanese parties, which cancels out their strength. But if anyone persists in using violence against us, tries to bully us and resorts to repression, the Communist Party will have to take a firm stand. Our attitude is, we will not attack unless we are attacked. If we are attacked, we will certainly counterattack. But our stand is strictly one of self-defense. No communist is permitted to go beyond the principle of self-defense. Question: how about the friction in northern China? Answer: Chang Yinwu and Qin Qiyong are the two expert friction mongers there. Chang Yinwu in Hopi and Qin Qiyong in Shantung are simply violating all laws, human or divine, and are scarcely distinguishable from the traitors. They seldom fight the enemy but often attack the Eighth Route Army. We have already sent Generalissimo Chang a mass of indisputable evidence, such as Chang Yinwu's orders to his subordinates to attack the Eighth Route Army. Question: is there any friction with the new Fourth Army? Answer: yes, there is. The incident of the Pinkyang massacre has shocked the whole nation. Question: some people say that the United Front is important but that the border region government should be abolished for the sake of unification. What do you think of this? Answer: nonsense of all sorts is being talked everywhere, the so-called abolition of the border region being one example. The Shenzi-Kansuningxia border region is a democratic anti-Japanese base area and is politically the most progressive region in the whole country. What grounds are there for abolishing it? Moreover, Generalissimo Chang long ago recognized the border region and the Executive Yuan of the national government officially recognized it as long ago as the winter of the 26th year of the Republic, 1937. China certainly needs to be unified, but it must be unified on the basis of resistance, unity, and progress. If unification is sought on the opposite basis, the country will perish. Question: since there are different interpretations of unification, is there any possibility of a split between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party? Answer: if we are merely talking of possibilities, we can envisage both the possibility of unity and the possibility of a split, depending on the attitudes of the Kuomintang and the Communist Party, and especially of the people throughout the country. As far as we communists are concerned, we have long made it clear that our policy is cooperation, and that we not only hope for long-term cooperation but are working hard for it. It is said that at the 5th plenary session of the Central Executive Committee of the Kuomintang, Generalissimo Chiang Kai-shek also declared that domestic problems should not be solved by force. Confronted with a formidable enemy and bearing in mind the lessons of the past, the Kuomintang and the Communist Party must each persist in long-term cooperation and avoid a split. But to avoid all possibility of a split, political guarantees for long-term cooperation must be found, namely, perseverance in the war of resistance and the introduction of democratic government. With these, unity can be maintained and a split avoided. It depends on the common effort of the two parties and the whole nation, and the effort must be made. Persist in resistance and oppose capitulation, persist in unity and oppose a split, and persist in progress and oppose retrogression. These are the three great political slogans our party put forward in its manifesto of July 7 this year. In our opinion, this is the only way China can avoid subjugation and drive out the enemy. There is no other way. The identity of interests between the Soviet Union and all mankind. September 28, 1939. With the approach of the 22nd anniversary of the Great October Socialist Revolution, the Sino-Soviet Cultural Association has asked me for an article. On the basis of my own observations, I should like to elucidate a few problems concerning the Soviet Union and China. For they are being discussed by the people in China today and apparently no definite conclusions have yet been reached. It may be of some help if I take this opportunity to set forth my views for the consideration of those who are concerned about the war in Europe and about Sino-Soviet relations. Some people say that the Soviet Union does not want the world to remain at peace because the outbreak of a world war is to its advantage, and that the present war was precipitated by the Soviet Union's conclusion of a non-aggression treaty with Germany instead of a treaty of mutual assistance with Britain and France. I consider this view incorrect. The foreign policy of the Soviet Union over a very long period of time has consistently been one of peace, a policy based on the close links between its own interests and those of the overwhelming majority of mankind. For its own socialist construction, the Soviet Union has always needed peace, has always needed to strengthen its peaceful relations with other countries and prevent an anti-Soviet war. For the sake of peace on a world scale, it has also needed to check the aggression of the fascist countries, curb the warmongering of the so-called democratic countries, and delay the outbreak of an imperialist world war for as long as possible. The Soviet Union has long devoted great energy to the cause of world peace. For instance, it has joined the League of Nations, signed treaties of mutual assistance with France and Czechoslovakia too, and tried hard to conclude security pacts with Britain and all other countries that might be willing to have peace. After Germany and Italy jointly invaded Spain, and when Britain, the United States and France adopted a policy of nominal non-intervention but of actual connivance at their aggression, the Soviet Union opposed the non-intervention policy and gave the Spanish Republican forces active help in their resistance to Germany and Italy. After Japan invaded China, and when the same three powers adopted the same kind of non-intervention policy, the Soviet Union not only concluded a non-aggression treaty with China but gave China active help in her resistance. When Britain and France connived at Hitler's aggression and sacrificed Austria and Czechoslovakia, the Soviet Union spared no effort in exposing the sinister aims behind the Munich policy and made proposals to Britain and France for checking further aggression. When Poland became the burning question in the spring and summer of this year, and it was touch and go whether world war would break out, the Soviet Union negotiated with Britain and France for over 4 months, despite Chamberlain's and Daladier's complete lack of sincerity, in an endeavor to conclude a treaty of mutual assistance to prevent the outbreak of war. But all these efforts were blocked by the imperialist policy of the British and French governments, a policy of conniving at, instigating and spreading war, so that eventually the cause of world peace was thwarted and the imperialist world war broke out. The governments of Britain, the United States and France had no genuine desire to prevent this war, on the contrary, they helped to bring it about. Their refusal to come to terms with the Soviet Union and conclude a really effective treaty of mutual assistance based on equality and reciprocity proved that they wanted not peace but war. Everybody knows that in the contemporary world, rejection of the Soviet Union means rejection of peace. Even Lloyd George, that typical representative of the British bourgeoisie, knows this. 3. It was in these circumstances, and when Germany agreed to stop her anti-Soviet activities, abandon the agreement against the Communist International and recognize the inviolability of the Soviet frontiers, that the Soviet-German non-aggression treaty was concluded. The plan of Britain, the United States and France was to egg Germany on to attack the Soviet Union, so that they themselves, sitting on top of the mountain to watch the tigers fight, could come down and take over after the Soviet Union and Germany had worn each other out. The Soviet-German non-aggression treaty smashed this plot. In overlooking this plot and the schemes of the Anglo-French imperialists who connived at and instigated war and precipitated a world war, some of our fellow countrymen have actually been taken in by the sugary propaganda of these schemers. These crafty politicians were not the least bit interested in checking aggression against Spain, against China, or against Austria and Czechoslovakia. On the contrary, they connived at aggression and instigated war, playing the proverbial role of the fishermen who set the snipe and clam at each other and then took advantage of both. They euphemistically described their actions as non-intervention, but what they actually did was to sit on top of the mountain to watch the tigers fight. Quite a number of people throughout the world have been fooled by the honeyed words of Chamberlain and his partners, failing to see the murderous intent behind their smiles, or to understand that the Soviet-German non-aggression treaty was concluded only after Chamberlain and Daladier had made up their minds to reject the Soviet Union and bring about the imperialist war. It is time for these people to wake up. The fact that the Soviet Union worked hard to preserve world peace to the very last minute proves that the interests of the Soviet Union are identical with those of the overwhelming majority of mankind. This is the first question I wanted to talk about. Some people say that now that the Second Imperialist World War has broken out, the Soviet Union will probably take sides. In other words, the Soviet Red Army seems to be on the point of joining the German imperialist front. I consider this view incorrect. On whichever side, the Anglo-French or the German, the war that has just broken out is an unjust, predatory, and imperialist war. The communist parties and the people of all countries should rise up against it and expose the imperialist character of both belligerents, for this imperialist war brings only harm and no benefit whatever to the people of the world, and they should expose the criminal acts of the social democratic parties in supporting the imperialist war and betraying the interests of the proletariat. The Soviet Union is a socialist country, a country in which the Communist Party is in power, and it necessarily maintains a clear-cut twofold attitude towards wars. 1. It firmly refuses to take part in any unjust, predatory, and imperialist war and maintains strict neutrality towards the belligerents. Hence the Soviet Red Army will never disregard principles and join either of the imperialist war fronts. 2. It actively supports just and non-predatory wars of liberation. For instance, it helped the Chinese people in their War of the Northern Expedition 13 years ago and the Spanish people in their war against Germany and Italy up to this last year. It has been helping the Chinese people in their war of resistance against Japan for the last 2 years and the Mongolian people in resisting Japan for the last few months, and it will certainly give help to any war for the liberation of the masses or of a nation which may break out in other countries in the future, and will certainly give help to any wars that contribute to the defense of peace. The history of the Soviet Union in the last 22 years has already proved this, and history will prove it again in the future. Some people regard the Soviet Union's trade with Germany, which is based on the Soviet-German Commercial Agreement, as an act of participation in the war on the German side. This view, too, is wrong, for it confuses trade with participation in war. Trade must not be confused with participation in war or with rendering assistance. For example, the Soviet Union traded with Germany and Italy during the Spanish War, yet nobody in the world said that the Soviet Union was helping Germany and Italy in their aggression against Spain. On the contrary, people said that it was helping Spain in resisting this aggression, the reason being that the Soviet Union actually did give help to Spain. Again, during the present Sino-Japanese War the Soviet Union is trading with Japan, but nobody in the world is saying that the Soviet Union is helping Japan in its aggression against China. On the contrary, people say that it is helping China to resist this aggression, the reason being that it actually is helping China. At present, both sides in the World War have trading relations with the Soviet Union, but this cannot be regarded as assistance to either, still less as taking part in the war. Only if the nature of the war changes, if the war in one or more countries undergoes certain necessary changes and becomes advantageous to the Soviet Union and the peoples of the world, will it be possible for the Soviet Union to help or participate, otherwise it will not. As for the fact that the Soviet Union is obliged to trade to a greater or lesser extent on more or less preferential terms with one or another of the belligerents according to how friendly or hostile it happens to be, that depends not on the Soviet Union but on the attitude of the belligerents. But even if one or several countries adopt an anti-Soviet attitude, the Soviet Union will not break off trade relations with them so long as they, like Germany before August 23, are willing to maintain diplomatic relations and conclude trade treaties with it, and do not declare war on it. It should be clearly understood that such commercial relations do not mean assistance, much less participation in war. This is the second question I wanted to talk about. Many people in China are bewildered by the fact that Soviet troops have entered Poland. For the Polish question should be viewed from various angles, from that of Germany, of Britain and France, of the Polish government, of the Polish people and of the Soviet Union. Germany started the war in order to plunder the Polish people and smash one flank of the Anglo-French imperialist front. By its nature, Germany's war is imperialist and should be opposed, not approved. As for Britain and France, they have regarded Poland as an object of plunder for their finance capital, exploited her to thwart the German imperialist attempt at a world redivision of the spoils, and made her a flank of their own imperialist front. Thus their war is an imperialist war, their so-called aid to Poland being merely for the purpose of contending with Germany for the domination of Poland, and this war, too, should be opposed, not approved. As for the Polish government, it was a fascist, reactionary government of the Polish landlords and bourgeoisie which ruthlessly exploited the workers and peasants and oppressed the Polish Democrats. Moreover, it was a government of Greater Poland chauvinists which ruthlessly oppressed the non-Polish minority nationalities, the Ukrainians, Belarusians, Jews, Germans, Lithuanians, and others, who number more than 10 million. It was itself an imperialist government. In the war, this reactionary Polish government willingly drove the Polish people to serve as cannon fodder for British and French finance capital, and it willingly served as a sector of the reactionary front of international finance capital. For 20 years the Polish government consistently opposed the Soviet Union and, during the talks between Britain, France, and the Soviet Union, it obstinately rejected the Soviet offer to help it with troops. Moreover, it was an utterly incompetent government. Its huge army of over 1,500,000 collapsed at the first blow, and it brought the country to ruin in just 2 weeks, leaving the Polish people under the heel of German imperialism. Such were the towering crimes of the Polish government, and it would be wrong for us to waste any sympathy on it. As for the Polish people, they are victims. They should rise up against the oppression of the German fascists and against their own reactionary landlord and bourgeois classes, and establish an independent, free, and democratic Polish state. Without the slightest doubt, our sympathy must go out to the Polish people. As for the Soviet Union, its actions have been perfectly just. It was confronted by 2 problems. The first problem was whether to let the whole of Poland fall under the rule of German imperialism or to help the minority nationalities of Eastern Poland win their liberation. It chose the second course. A vast stretch of territory inhabited by Belarusians and Ukrainians had been snatched from the newborn Soviet state by the German imperialists as far back as 1918, when the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk was signed, and it was later arbitrarily put under the rule of the reactionary Polish government by the Treaty of Versailles. What the Soviet Union has now done is merely to recover its lost territory, liberate the oppressed Belarusians and Ukrainians, and save them from German oppression. The news dispatches of the last few days show how warmly these minority nationalities are welcoming the Red Army with food and drink as their liberator, while not a single report of this kind has come in from Western Poland, which has been occupied by German troops, or from the places in Western Germany which have been occupied by French troops. This shows clearly that the Soviet Union's war is a just and non-predatory war of liberation, a war helping to liberate weak and small nations and free the people. On the other hand, the war being waged by Germany and by Britain and France is an unjust, predatory, and imperialist war for the oppression of other nations and peoples. The second problem confronting the Soviet Union was Chamberlain's endeavor to continue his old anti-Soviet policy. His policy was, first, to impose a large-scale blockade on Germany and bring pressure on her from the West; second, to try to form an alliance with the United States and to buy over Italy, Japan, and the countries of Northern Europe so as to isolate Germany; and third, to bribe Germany with the offer of Poland, and even of Hungary and Romania. In short, Chamberlain resorted to all kinds of intimidation and bribery to get Germany to renounce the Soviet-German non-aggression treaty and turn her guns on the Soviet Union. This intrigue has been going on for some time and will continue. The powerful Soviet Army's entry into eastern Poland, with the aim of recovering the Soviet Union's own territory and liberating the weak and small nationalities there, was at the same time a practical move to prevent the forces of German aggression from expanding eastward and to frustrate Chamberlain's intrigue. Judging by the news reports of the last few days, this Soviet policy has been most successful. It is a concrete manifestation of the identity of the interests of the Soviet Union with those of the overwhelming majority of mankind, including those of the oppressed people under reactionary Polish rule. This is the third question I wanted to talk about. The whole situation since the conclusion of the Soviet-German non-aggression treaty constitutes a great blow to Japan and a great help to China, It strengthens the position of those resisting Japan and weakens the capitulators. The Chinese people have rightly welcomed this treaty. However, since the signing of the No Monan Truce Agreement, 5 British and US news agencies have been busy spreading the story that a Soviet-Japanese non-aggression treaty is about to be signed, and this has caused concern among some Chinese people, who think that the Soviet Union may no longer help China. I believe they are wrong. The nature of the No Monan Truce Agreement is the same as that of the previous Changkyufen Truce Agreement, 6. That is to say, the Japanese militarists, being compelled to admit defeat, have had to recognize the inviolability of the Soviet and Mongolian frontiers. These truce agreements will enable the Soviet Union to increase rather than decrease its aid to China. As for the talk about a Japanese-Soviet non-aggression treaty, the Soviet Union has been proposing it for many years, but Japan has invariably rejected it. Now there is a section of the Japanese ruling class that wants such a treaty with the Soviet Union, but whether the Soviet Union will be willing depends on the basic principle of whether the treaty will accord with the interests of the Soviet Union and of the overwhelming majority of mankind. Specifically, it depends on whether the treaty will conflict with the interests of China's War of National Liberation. Judging from Stalin's report to the 18th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union on March 10 this year and Molotov's speech at the Supreme Soviet of the USSR on May 10, I think the Soviet Union will not alter this basic principle. Even if such a treaty were to be concluded, the Soviet Union would certainly not agree to anything that would restrict its freedom of action in helping China. The interests of the Soviet Union will always conform and never conflict with the interests of China's national liberation. I hold this as absolutely beyond doubt. People who are prejudiced against the Soviet Union are capitalizing on the No Monan Truce Agreement and on the talk about a Japanese-Soviet non-aggression treaty in order to make trouble and stir up ill feeling between the two great nations of China and the Soviet Union. This is what the British, US and French intriguers and the Chinese capitulators are doing. It is highly dangerous and we must thoroughly expose their dirty tricks. It is obvious that China's foreign policy must be one of resistance to Japanese aggression. This policy means primarily relying on our own efforts, while not ignoring any possibility of securing help from abroad. Now that the imperialist world war has broken out, foreign help is coming chiefly from 3 sources: 1. The Socialist Soviet Union, 2. The people of the capitalist countries, and 3. The oppressed nations in the colonies and semi-colonies. These are our only reliable sources of help. Anything else that might be called foreign help, even if it might become available, can only be regarded as supplementary and temporary. Of course, China should try to obtain such supplementary and temporary foreign help, but must never depend too much on it or consider it reliable. China should maintain strict neutrality towards the belligerents in the imperialist war and not join either side. To maintain that China should join the Anglo-French imperialist war front is a capitulator's view, which is harmful to the war of resistance as well as to the independence and liberation of the Chinese nation, and it should be flatly rejected. This is the 4th question I wanted to talk about. These 4 questions are being widely discussed by our fellow countrymen. It is a very good thing that they are giving attention to the study of international problems, to the relations between the imperialist world war and China's war of resistance and between the Soviet Union and China, because their aim is victory over Japanese aggression. Here I have given some of my basic views on these questions, and I hope that readers will not spare their comments. Introducing the Communist. October 4, 1939. The Central Committee has long planned to publish an internal party journal, and now at last the plan has materialized. Such a journal is necessary for building up a Bolshevized Chinese Communist Party, a party which is national in scale and has a broad mass character, a party which is fully consolidated ideologically, politically, and organizationally. This necessity is all the more obvious in the present situation, which has special features: on the one hand, the danger of capitulation, of a split and of retrogression within the anti-Japanese National United Front is increasing daily, while on the other, our party has stepped out of its narrow confines and become a major national party. The duty of the party is to mobilize the masses to overcome the dangers of capitulation, a split, and retrogression, and prepare against all possible eventualities so that in case they occur, the party and the revolution will not suffer unexpected losses. An internal party journal is indeed most necessary at a time like this. This internal party journal is called the Communist. What is its purpose? What will it deal with? In what way will it differ from other party publications? Its purpose is to help build a Bolshevized Chinese Communist Party which is national in scale, has a broad mass character, and is fully consolidated ideologically, politically, and organizationally. The building of such a party is imperative for the victory of the Chinese Revolution, and on the whole the subjective and objective conditions for it are present. Indeed, this great undertaking is now in progress. A special party periodical is needed to help achieve this great task, which is beyond the capability of an ordinary party publication, and this is why the Communist is now being published. To a certain extent our party is already national in scale and has a broad mass character, and it is already a Bolshevized party, consolidated ideologically, politically and organizationally, so far as its core of leadership, a part of its membership and its general line and revolutionary work are concerned. That being so, why set a new task? The reason is that we now have many new branches, which have a great many new members but which cannot yet be considered as having a broad mass character, as being ideologically, politically, and organizationally consolidated, or as being Bolshevized. At the same time, there is the problem of raising the political level of the older party members and of making further progress in Bolshevizing the older branches and consolidating them ideologically, politically, and organizationally. The circumstances in which the party now finds itself and the responsibilities it is shouldering are quite unlike those in the revolutionary Civil War period. The circumstances are much more complex and the responsibilities much heavier. This is the period of the National United Front, and we have formed a united front with the bourgeoisie. This is the period of the war of resistance against Japan, and the armed forces of our party are at the front, fighting a ruthless war against the enemy in coordination with the friendly armies. This is the period when our party has become a major national party and is therefore no longer what it was before. If we take all these factors together, we shall understand how glorious and momentous is the task we have set ourselves, the task of building up a Bolshevized Chinese Communist Party, a party which is national in scale and has a broad mass character, a party fully consolidated ideologically, politically, and organizationally. It is this kind of party that we now want to build, but how shall we go about it? We cannot answer this question without going into the history of our party and of its 18 years of struggle. It is fully 18 years since our first National Congress in 1921. In these 18 years our party has gone through many great struggles. And the members of the party, its cadres and organizations, have all tempered themselves in these great struggles. They have had the experience both of splendid victories and grave defeats in the revolution. The party established a national united front with the bourgeoisie and, with the breakup of this united front, engaged in a bitter armed struggle with the big bourgeoisie and its allies. During the last 3 years, it has again entered into a period of a national united front with the bourgeoisie. It is through this kind of complex relationship with the Chinese bourgeoisie that the Chinese Revolution and the Communist Party of China have progressed in their development. This is a special historical feature, a feature peculiar to the revolution in colonial and semi-colonial countries and not to be found in the revolutionary history of any capitalist country. Moreover, since China is a semi-colonial and semi-feudal country, since her political, economic, and cultural development is uneven, since her economy is predominantly semi-feudal and since her territory is vast, it follows that the character of the Chinese Revolution in its present stage is bourgeois democratic, that its principal targets are imperialism and feudalism and that its basic motive forces are the proletariat, the peasantry, and the urban petty bourgeoisie, with the national bourgeoisie taking part at certain times and to a certain extent. It also follows that the principal form of struggle in the Chinese Revolution is armed struggle. Indeed, the history of our party may be called a history of armed struggle. Comrade Stalin has said, in China the armed revolution is fighting the armed counter-revolution. That is one of the specific features and one of the advantages of the Chinese Revolution. 1. This is perfectly true. The specific feature peculiar to semi-colonial China is not present, or is not present in the same way, in the history of the revolutions led by communist parties in the capitalist countries. Thus, there are two basic specific features in the Chinese bourgeois democratic revolution. 1. The proletariat either establishes a revolutionary national united front with the bourgeoisie, or is forced to break it up, and, 2. Armed struggle is the principal form of the revolution. Here we do not describe the party's relations with the peasantry and the urban petty bourgeoisie as a basic specific feature, first, because these relations are in principle the same as those which confront communist parties all over the world, and secondly, because armed struggle in China is, in essence, peasant war, and the party's relations with the peasantry and its close relations with the peasant war are one and the same thing. It is because of these two basic specific features, in fact precisely because of them, that the building up and Bolshevization of our party are proceeding in special circumstances. The party's failures or successes, its retreats or advances, its contraction or expansion, its development and consolidation are inevitably linked up with its relations with the bourgeoisie and with armed struggle. When the party takes a correct political line on the question of forming a united front with the bourgeoisie or of breaking it up when forced to do so, our party moves a step forward in its development, consolidation, and Bolshevization, but when it takes an incorrect line on its relations with the bourgeoisie, then our party moves a step backward. Similarly, when our party handles the question of revolutionary armed struggle correctly, it moves a step forward in its development, consolidation, and Bolshevization, but when it handles the question incorrectly, it moves a step backward. Thus, for 18 years, the building and Bolshevization of the party have been closely linked with its political line, with the correct or incorrect handling of the questions of the united front and armed struggle. This conclusion is clearly confirmed by the 18 years of our party's history. Or conversely, the more Bolshevized the party, the more correctly can it decide upon its political line and handle the questions of the united front and armed struggle. This conclusion, too, is clearly confirmed by the 18 years of our party's history. Therefore the united front, armed struggle, and party building are the three fundamental questions for our party in the Chinese Revolution. Having a correct grasp of these three questions and their interrelations is tantamount to giving correct leadership to the whole Chinese Revolution. We are now able to draw correct conclusions concerning these three questions by virtue of our abundant experience in the 18 years of our party's history, our rich and profound experience of failures and successes, retreats and advances, contraction and expansion. This means that we are now able to handle the questions of the united front, of armed struggle and of party building in a correct way. It also means that our 18 years of experience have taught us that the united front, armed struggle, and party building are the Chinese Communist Party's three magic weapons, its three principal magic weapons for defeating the enemy in the Chinese Revolution. This is a great achievement of the Chinese Communist Party and of the Chinese Revolution. Here let us briefly discuss each of the three magic weapons, each of the three questions. In the last 18 years, the united front of the Chinese proletariat with the bourgeoisie and other classes has developed under three different sets of circumstances or through three different stages: the First Great Revolution from 1924 to 1927, the War of Agrarian Revolution from 1927 to 1937, and the present War of Resistance against Japan. The history of the three stages has confirmed the following laws. 1. The Chinese national bourgeoisie will take part in the struggle against imperialism and the feudal warlords at certain times and to a certain extent, because foreign oppression is the greatest oppression to which China is subjected. Therefore, at such times, the proletariat should form a united front with the national bourgeoisie and maintain it as far as possible. 2. In other historical circumstances, the Chinese national bourgeoisie will vacillate and defect because of its economic and political flabbiness. Therefore the composition of China's revolutionary united front will not remain constant at all times, but is liable to change. At one time the national bourgeoisie may take part in it, at another it may not. 3. The Chinese big bourgeoisie, which is comprador in character, is a class which directly serves imperialism and is fostered by it. Hence the comprador Chinese big bourgeoisie has always been a target of the revolution. However, different groups within this big bourgeoisie are backed by different imperialist powers, so that when contradictions among these powers become sharper and when the edge of the revolution is mainly directed against a particular power, the big bourgeois groups dependent upon the other powers may join the struggle against that particular imperialist power to a certain extent and for a certain time. At such times, in order to weaken the enemy and add to its own reserves, the Chinese proletariat may form a united front with these groups and should maintain it as far as possible, provided it is advantageous to the revolution. 4. The comprador big bourgeoisie continues to be most reactionary even when it joins the united front alongside the proletariat in struggling against the common enemy. It stubbornly opposes any ideological, political, and organizational development of the proletariat and the proletarian party, tries to impose restrictions on them and employs disruptive tactics such as deception, blandishments, corrosion and savage attacks against them. Moreover, it does all this to prepare for capitulating to the enemy and splitting the united front. 5. The peasantry is the firm ally of the proletariat. 6. The urban petty bourgeoisie is a reliable ally. The validity of these laws was confirmed during the First Great Revolution and the Agrarian Revolution, and it is being confirmed again in the present war of resistance. Therefore, in forming a united front with the bourgeoisie, and especially with the big bourgeoisie, the party of the proletariat must carry on a stern and resolute struggle on two fronts. On the one hand, it is necessary to combat the error of neglecting the possibility that the bourgeoisie may join in the revolutionary struggle at certain times and to a certain extent. It is an error of left closed-doorism to regard the bourgeoisie in China as being the same as in the capitalist countries, and consequently to neglect the policy of forming a united front with the bourgeoisie and maintaining it for as long as possible. On the other hand, it is also necessary to combat the error of identifying the program, policy, ideology, practice, etc. of the proletariat with those of the bourgeoisie, and neglecting the differences in principle between them. The error here consists in neglecting the fact that the bourgeoisie, and especially the big bourgeoisie, not only exerts an influence on the petty bourgeoisie and the peasantry, but does its utmost to influence the proletariat and the Communist Party in a strenuous effort to destroy their ideological, political, and organizational independence, turn them into an appendage of the bourgeoisie and its political party, and ensure that it will reap the fruits of the revolution for itself or its political party alone. This error also consists in neglecting the fact that the bourgeoisie, and especially the big bourgeoisie, betrays the revolution whenever the revolution conflicts with its own selfish interests or with those of its own political party. To neglect all this is right opportunism. The characteristic feature of Chen Tuxiu's right opportunism was that it led the proletariat to accommodate itself to the selfish interests of the bourgeoisie and its political party, and this was the subjective cause of the failure of the First Great Revolution. The dual character of the Chinese bourgeoisie in the bourgeois democratic revolution exerts a great effect on our political line and our party building, and without grasping this dual character we cannot have a good grasp of our political line or of party building. One important component of the political line of the Chinese Communist Party is the policy both of unity with the bourgeoisie and of struggle against it. In fact, the development and tempering of the party through its unity and struggle with the bourgeoisie are an important component of party building. Unity here means the united front with the bourgeoisie. Struggle here means the peaceful and bloodless struggle, ideological, political and organizational, which goes on when we are united with the bourgeoisie and which turns into armed struggle when we are forced to break with it. If our party does not understand that it must unite with the bourgeoisie in certain periods, it cannot advance and the revolution cannot develop. If our party does not understand that it must wage a stern and resolute peaceful struggle against the bourgeoisie while uniting with it, then our party will disintegrate ideologically, politically, and organizationally and the revolution will fail, and if our party does not wage a stern and resolute armed struggle against the bourgeoisie when forced to break with it, our party will likewise disintegrate and the revolution will likewise fail. The truth of all this has been confirmed by the events of the past 18 years. Armed struggle by the Chinese Communist Party takes the form of peasant war under proletarian leadership. The history of this armed struggle, too, falls into 3 stages. The first was the stage in which we took part in the Northern Expedition. Our party had already begun to realize the importance of armed struggle, but did not understand it fully. It did not understand that armed struggle was the principal form of struggle in the Chinese Revolution. The second stage was the War of the Agrarian Revolution. By that time our party had already built up its own independent armed forces, learned the art of fighting independently, and established people's political power and base areas. Our party was already able to achieve direct or indirect coordination of armed struggle, the principal form of struggle, with many other necessary forms, that is, to coordinate it on a national scale with the workers' struggle, the peasants' struggle, which was the main thing, the struggle of the youth, the women, and all other sections of the people, the struggle for political power, the struggles on the economic, the anti-espionage, and the ideological fronts, and other forms of struggle. And this armed struggle was the peasant agrarian revolution under the leadership of the proletariat. The third stage is the present stage, the war of resistance. In this stage we are able to turn to good account our experience of armed struggle in the first and especially the second stage, and our experience of coordinating armed struggle with all other necessary forms of struggle. In general, armed struggle at the present time means guerrilla warfare. What is guerrilla warfare? It is the indispensable and therefore the best form of struggle for the people's armed forces to employ over a long period in a backward country, a large semi-colonial country, in order to inflict defeats on the armed enemy and build up their own bases. So far both our political line and our party building have been closely linked with this form of struggle. It is impossible to have a good understanding of our political line and, consequently, of our party building in isolation from armed struggle, from guerrilla warfare. Armed struggle is an important component of our political line. For 18 years our party has gradually learned to wage armed struggle and has persisted in it. We have learned that without armed struggle neither the proletariat, nor the people, nor the Communist Party would have any standing at all in China and that it would be impossible for the revolution to triumph. In these years the development, consolidation, and Bolshevization of our party have proceeded in the midst of revolutionary wars. Without armed struggle the Communist Party would assuredly not be what it is today. Comrades throughout the party must never forget this experience for which we have paid in blood. Similarly, there have been 3 distinct stages in the building up of the party, its development, consolidation, and Bolshevization. The first stage was the party's infancy. In the early and middle phases of this stage the party's line was correct and the revolutionary zeal both of the rank and file and of the cadres was exceedingly high, hence the victories in the first great revolution. But after all, ours was then still an infant party. It lacked experience concerning the 3 basic problems of the united front, armed struggle, and party building. It did not have much knowledge of Chinese history and Chinese society or of the specific features and laws of the Chinese Revolution, and it lacked a comprehensive understanding of the unity between the theory of Marxism-Leninism and the practice of the Chinese Revolution. Hence in the last phase of this stage, or at the critical juncture of this stage, those occupying a dominant position in the party's leading body failed to lead the party in consolidating the victories of the revolution and, as a result, they were deceived by the bourgeoisie and brought the revolution to defeat. The party organizations expanded in this stage but they were not consolidated, and they failed to help party members and cadres become firm and stable ideologically and politically. There were plenty of new members but they were not given the necessary Marxist-Leninist education. There was also abundant experience in work, but it was not summed up properly. Many careerists sneaked into the party, but they were not combed out. The party was caught in a maze of schemes and intrigues both of enemies and of allies, but it lacked vigilance. Within the party, activists came forward in great numbers, but they were not turned into the mainstay of the party in good time. The party had some revolutionary armed units under its command, but it was unable to keep a tight grip on them. The reasons for all this were inexperience, insufficient depth of revolutionary understanding, and ineptitude in integrating the theory of Marxism-Leninism with the practice of the Chinese Revolution. Such was the first stage of party building. The second stage was the War of the Agrarian Revolution. Our party was able to wage a successful agrarian revolutionary struggle for 10 years because of the experience it had gained in the first stage, because of its better understanding of Chinese history and society and of the specific features and laws of the Chinese Revolution, and because its cadres had a better grasp of the theory of Marxism-Leninism and were better able to integrate it with the practice of the Chinese Revolution. Although the bourgeoisie had turned traitor, our party was able to rely firmly on the peasantry. The party organization not only grew afresh but also became consolidated. Day in day out the enemy tried to sabotage our party, but the party drove out the saboteurs. Once again large numbers of cadres came forward in the party, and this time they became its mainstay. The party blazed the trail of people's political power and thus learned the art of government. The party created strong armed forces and thus learned the art of war. These were momentous advances and achievements. Nevertheless, in the course of these great struggles some of our comrades sank into the quagmire of opportunism, or did so at least for a time, and again the reasons were that they did not learn modestly from the experience of the past, did not acquire an understanding of Chinese history and society and of the specific features and laws of the Chinese Revolution, and did not have an understanding of the unity between the theory of Marxism-Leninism and the practice of the Chinese Revolution. Hence throughout this stage certain people who held leading positions in the party failed to adhere to correct political and organizational lines. At one time the party and the revolution were damaged by Comrade Li Lisan's left opportunism, at another by left opportunism in the Revolutionary War and in the work in the white areas. Not until the Tsunyi meeting, the meeting of the Political Bureau at Tsunyi, Kweichow, in January 1935, did the party definitively take the road of Bolshevization and lay the foundations for its subsequent victory over Chiang Kuo-tao's right opportunism and for the establishment of an anti-Japanese national united front. This was the second stage in the party's development. The third stage is that of the anti-Japanese national united front. We have been in this stage for 3 years now and these years of struggle are extremely important. Drawing on its experience in the 2 preceding revolutionary stages, on its organizational strength and the strength of its armed forces, on its high political prestige among the people of the whole country, and on its deeper understanding of the unity between the theory of Marxism-Leninism and the practice of the Chinese Revolution, our party has not only established the anti-Japanese National United Front but has also been conducting the Great War of Resistance against Japan. Organizationally, it has stepped out of its narrow confines and become a major national party. Its armed forces are again growing and are becoming still stronger in the struggle against the Japanese aggressors. Its influence among the whole people is becoming more extensive. These are all great achievements. However, many of our new party members have not yet been given education, many of the new organizations have not yet been consolidated, and there is still a vast difference between them and the older members and organizations. Many of the new party members and cadres have not yet had sufficient revolutionary experience. They still know little or nothing about Chinese history and society or about the specific features and laws of the Chinese Revolution. Their understanding of the unity between the theory of Marxism-Leninism and the practice of the Chinese Revolution is far from being comprehensive. During the expansion of the party's organizations, a good many careerists and enemy saboteurs did succeed in sneaking in despite the fact that the Central Committee stressed the slogan "Expand the party boldly, but do not let a single undesirable in." Although the United Front was formed and has been maintained for 3 years now, the bourgeoisie, and especially the big bourgeoisie, has constantly been trying to destroy our party. The big bourgeois capitulators and diehards have been instigating serious friction throughout the country, and the anti-communist clamor is incessant. All this is being used by the big bourgeois capitulators and diehards to prepare the way for capitulating to Japanese imperialism, breaking up the United Front and dragging China backwards. Ideologically, the big bourgeoisie is trying to corrode communism, whilst politically and organizationally it is trying to liquidate the Communist Party, the border region and the party's armed forces. In these circumstances it is undoubtedly our task to overcome the dangers of capitulation, a split, and retrogression, to maintain the National United Front and Kuomintang Communist cooperation as far as possible, to work for continued resistance to Japan and continued unity and progress, and at the same time to prepare against all possible eventualities so that in case they occur, the party and the revolution will not suffer unexpected losses. To this end, we must strengthen the party's organization and its armed forces, and mobilize the whole people for resolute struggle against capitulation, a split, and retrogression. The accomplishment of this task depends upon the efforts of the whole party, upon the unrelenting and persistent struggle of all party members, cadres, and organizations everywhere and at every level. We are confident that the Chinese Communist Party with its 18 years of experience will be able to achieve these objectives by the joint efforts of its experienced older members and cadres and its vigorous and youthful newer members and cadres, by the joint efforts of its well-tried Bolshevized Central Committee and its local organizations, and by the joint efforts of its powerful armed forces and the progressive masses. We have set out the principal experiences and principal problems of our party in its 18 years of history. Our 18 years of experience show that the united front and armed struggle are the two basic weapons for defeating the enemy. The united front is a united front for carrying on armed struggle. And the party is the heroic warrior wielding the two weapons, the united front and the armed struggle, to storm and shatter the enemy's positions. That is how the three are related to each other. How are we to build up our party today? How can we build up a Bolshevized Chinese Communist Party, a party which is national in scale and has a broad mass character, a party which is fully consolidated ideologically, politically, and organizationally? The answer can be found by studying the party's history, by studying party building in connection with the united front and armed struggle, in connection with the problem of both uniting and struggling with the bourgeoisie, and with that of persistence in guerrilla warfare against Japan by the 8th Route and the new 4th Armies and the establishment of anti-Japanese base areas. To sum up our 18 years of experience and our current new experience on the basis of our understanding of the unity between the theory of Marxism-Leninism and the practice of the Chinese Revolution, and to spread this experience throughout the party, so that our party becomes as solid as steel and avoids repeating past mistakes, such is our task. Youth needs experience. October 5, 1939. This is the complete text of a message dated October 5, 1939, published as an unnumbered page at the beginning of Chengkuo Ch Lingvan Wel Shuan, Chengkuo Ch Ing Yan Shi, 1940. The young people, whether or not they be members of the Communist Party who join the ranks of the revolutionary movement, bringing new blood and enthusiasm, are all very precious. Without them, the ranks of the revolution could not develop and the revolution could not triumph. But lack of experience is the natural failing of our young comrades. Now, revolutionary experience comes from personal participation in revolutionary struggle. If one begins working at the grassroots, if, for several years, one does work that is genuine, not false, then experience will come to those who do not have it. The current situation and the party's tasks. October 10, 1939. This was a decision drafted by Comrade Mao Zedong for the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China. 1. The outbreak of the imperialist world war is the result of the attempt of the imperialist countries to extricate themselves from a new economic and political crisis. Whether on the German side or the Anglo-French, the war is unjust, predatory, and imperialist in character. The communist parties throughout the world must firmly oppose this war and also the criminal action of the social democratic parties in betraying the proletariat by supporting it. The Socialist Soviet Union is persevering as before in its policy of peace, is maintaining strict neutrality towards both belligerents and, by sending its armed forces into Poland, has checked the eastward expansion of the German forces of aggression, strengthened peace in Eastern Europe, and liberated its brother nations in western Ukraine and Belarusia from the oppression of the Polish rulers. The Soviet Union has concluded a number of pacts with neighboring countries to prevent any possible attacks by the forces of international reaction and is endeavoring to restore world peace. 2. The policy of Japanese imperialism in this new international situation is to concentrate its attacks on China in order to settle the China question, in preparation for extending its international adventures in the future. The policy by which it is attempting to settle the China question is as follows. A. With regard to the occupied areas, its policy is to tighten its hold on them in preparation for subjugating the whole of China. To do this, it has to mop up the anti-Japanese guerrilla base areas, exploit economic resources, set up puppet regimes and break the people's national spirit. B. With regard to China's rear areas, its policy is to launch mainly political offensives, supplemented by military offensives. Political offensives mean concentration not on launching large-scale military attacks but on disrupting the anti-Japanese United Front, breaking up Kuomintang communist cooperation and inducing the Kuomintang government to capitulate. In the present period, the enemy is not likely to launch big strategic offensives like the one against Wuhan, because of the blows dealt by China's heroic resistance during the past 2 years and of the inadequacy of his armed strength and financial resources. In this sense, basically the war of resistance has reached the stage of strategic stalemate. And the stage of strategic stalemate is the stage of preparation for our counteroffensive. But first, when we say that basically a stalemate has been reached, we do not rule out the possibility of further offensive campaigns by the enemy. Changsha is now being attacked and other places may be attacked later. Second, as the possibility of a stalemate at the front grows, the enemy will intensify his mopping up operations against our guerrilla base areas. Third, if China should fail to disrupt the enemy's occupation of the areas he has seized and allow him to succeed in his attempts to tighten his hold on them and exploit them, if China should fail to repulse the enemy's political offensives and to persist in resistance, unity, and progress and thus fail to accumulate strength for the counter-offensive, or if the Kuomintang government should capitulate of its own accord, then the enemy may still launch bigger offensives. In other words, the stalemate that has now been reached may still be broken by the enemy or by the capitulators. 3. The danger of capitulation, a split, and retrogression within the anti-Japanese United Front is still the greatest current danger, and the present anti-communist and retrogressive actions of the big landlords and the big bourgeoisie continue to be preparatory steps to their capitulation. In order to build up strength for the counter-offensive, it is still our task, in cooperation with all Chinese patriots, to mobilize the masses for the effective application of the 3 great political slogans put forward in our party's manifesto of July 7, persist in resistance and oppose capitulation, persist in unity and oppose a split, and persist in progress and oppose retrogression. To achieve this objective, behind the enemy lines it is imperative to keep up guerrilla warfare, defeat the enemy's mopping up operations, disrupt the enemy's occupation of the areas he has seized, and introduce radical political and economic changes beneficial to the masses who are resisting Japan. At the front, it is imperative to sustain military defense and repel any offensive campaigns the enemy may launch. In China's rear area, it is imperative to introduce speedy and genuine political reforms, end the Kuomintang's one-party dictatorship, convene a national assembly truly representative of the people's will and invested with real power, draw up and adopt a constitution, and put constitutional government into practice. Any vacillation or procrastination, any contrary policy, is absolutely wrong. At the same time, the leading bodies of our party at all levels and all party members must exercise more vigilance in the present situation and do their utmost to achieve the ideological, political, and organizational consolidation of our party and of the armed forces and organs of political power under its leadership, in order to be ready for any emergency endangering the Chinese Revolution and to prevent unexpected losses to the party and the revolution. Recruit large numbers of intellectuals. 1. December 1, 1939. This was a decision drafted by Comrade Mao Zedong for the Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party. 1. In the long and ruthless war of national liberation, in the great struggle to build a new China, the Communist Party must be good at winning intellectuals, for only in this way will it be able to organize great strength for the war of resistance, organize the millions of peasants, develop the revolutionary cultural movement and expand the revolutionary united front. Without the participation of the intellectuals, victory in the revolution is impossible. Our party and our army have made considerable efforts to recruit intellectuals during the last 3 years, and many revolutionary intellectuals have been absorbed into the party, the army, the organs of government, the cultural movement and the mass movement, thus broadening the united front. This is a major achievement. But many of the army cadres are not yet alive to the importance of the intellectuals. They still regard them with some apprehension and are even inclined to discriminate against them or shut them out. Many of our training institutes are still hesitant about enrolling young students in large numbers. Many of our local party branches are still reluctant to let intellectuals join. All this is due to failure to understand the importance of the intellectuals for the revolutionary cause, the difference between intellectuals in colonial and semi-colonial countries and those in capitalist countries, and the difference between intellectuals who serve the landlords and the bourgeoisie and those who serve the working class and the peasantry, as well as the seriousness of the situation in which the bourgeois political parties are desperately contending with us for the intellectuals, and in which the Japanese imperialists are also trying in every possible way to buy over Chinese intellectuals or corrupt their minds. In particular, it is due to the failure to understand the favorable factor that our party and our army have already developed a hardcore of well-tested cadres and are thus capable of leading the intellectuals. From now on, attention should therefore be paid to the following. A. All party organizations in the war areas and all army units led by the party should recruit large numbers of intellectuals into our army, training institutes and organs of government. We should use various ways and means to recruit all intellectuals who are willing to fight Japan and who are fairly loyal, hard-working, and able to endure hardship. We should give them political education and help them to temper themselves in war and work and to serve the army, the government, and the masses, and, taking each case on its merits, we should admit into the party those who measure up to the requirements of party membership. As for those who do not qualify or do not wish to join the party, we should have good working relations with them and give them guidance in their work with us. B. In applying the policy of recruiting intellectuals in large numbers, we must undoubtedly take great care to prevent the infiltration of those elements sent in by the enemy and the bourgeois political parties and to keep out other disloyal elements. We must be very strict about keeping out such elements. Those who have already sneaked into our party, army, or government organs must be firmly but discriminatingly combed out on the basis of conclusive evidence. But we must not on that account suspect reasonably loyal intellectuals, and we must be strictly on guard against the false accusation of innocent people by counter-revolutionaries. C. We should assign appropriate work to all intellectuals who are reasonably loyal and useful, and we should earnestly give them political education and guidance so that in the long course of the struggle they gradually overcome their weaknesses, revolutionize their outlook, identify themselves with the masses, and merge with the older party members and cadres and the worker and peasant members of the party. D. The necessity of admitting intellectuals into our work should be brought home to those cadres, and especially to certain cadres in the main forces of our army, who are opposed to their admission. At the same time, we should work effectively to encourage worker and peasant cadres to study hard and raise their cultural level. Thus worker and peasant cadres will at the same time become intellectuals, while the intellectuals will at the same time become workers and peasants. E. In the main, the principles stated above are also applicable in the Kuomintang areas and in the Japanese occupied areas, except that, on admitting intellectuals into the party, more attention must be paid to their degree of loyalty, so as to ensure still tighter party organization in those areas. We should maintain suitable contact with the huge numbers of non-party intellectuals who sympathize with us and organize them in the great struggle for resistance to Japan and for democracy, and in the cultural movement and the work of the United Front. For all our party comrades must understand that a correct policy towards the intellectuals is an important prerequisite for victory in the revolution. There must be no repetition of the incorrect attitude towards intellectuals which party organizations in many localities and army units adopted during the agrarian revolution. The proletariat cannot produce intellectuals of its own without the help of the existing intellectuals. The Central Committee hopes that the party committees at all levels and all party comrades will give this matter their serious attention. The Chinese Revolution and the Chinese Communist Party. December 1939. The Chinese Revolution and the Chinese Communist Party is a textbook which was written jointly by Comrade Mao Zedong and several other comrades in Yan'an to the winter of 1939. The first chapter, Chinese Society, was drafted by other comrades and revised by Comrade Mao Zedong. The second chapter, The Chinese Revolution, was written by Comrade Mao Zedong himself. Another chapter, scheduled to deal with party building, was left unfinished by the comrades working on it. The two published chapters, and especially Chapter 2, have played a great educational role in the Chinese Communist Party and among the Chinese people. The views on new democracy set out by Comrade Mao Zedong in Chapter 2 were considerably developed in his On New Democracy, written in January 1940. Chapter I. Chinese Society. 1. The Chinese Nation. China is one of the largest countries in the world, her territory being about the size of the whole of Europe. In this vast country of ours there are large areas of fertile land which provide us with food and clothing, mountain ranges across its length and breadth with extensive forests and rich mineral deposits, many rivers and lakes which provide us with water transport and irrigation, and a long coastline which facilitates communication with nations beyond the seas. From ancient times our forefathers have labored, lived, and multiplied on this vast territory. China borders on the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics in the northeast, the northwest, and part of the west, the Mongolian People's Republic in the north, Afghanistan, India, Bhutan, and Nepal in the southwest and part of the west, Burma and Indochina in the south, and Korea in the east, where she is also a close neighbor of Japan and the Philippines. China's geographical setting has its advantages and disadvantages for the Chinese People's Revolution. It is an advantage to be adjacent to the Soviet Union and fairly distant from the major imperialist countries in Europe and America, and to have many colonial or semi-colonial countries around us. It is a disadvantage that Japanese imperialism, making use of its geographical proximity, is constantly threatening the very existence of all China's nationalities and the Chinese People's Revolution. China has a population of 450 million, or almost a quarter of the world total. Over 9/10 of her inhabitants belong to the Han nationality. There are also scores of minority nationalities, including the Mongol, Hui, Tibetan, Uyghur, Miao, Yi, Chuang, Changchia and Korean nationalities, all with long histories though at different levels of cultural development. Thus China is a country with a very large population composed of many nationalities. Developing along the same lines as many other nations of the world, the Chinese people, here we refer mainly to the Hans, went through many thousands of years of life in classless primitive communes. Some 4,000 years have gone by since the collapse of these primitive communes and the transition to class society, which took the form first of slave and then of feudal society. Throughout the history of Chinese civilization its agriculture and handicrafts have been renowned for their high level of development. There have been many great thinkers, scientists, inventors, statesmen, soldiers, men of letters and artists, and we have a rich store of classical works. The compass was invented in China very long ago. 1. The art of paper making was discovered as early as 1,800 years ago. 2. Block printing was invented 1,300 years ago. 3. And movable type 800 years ago. 4. The use of gunpowder was known to the Chinese before the Europeans. 5. Thus China has one of the oldest civilizations in the world. She has a recorded history of nearly 4,000 years. The Chinese nation is known throughout the world not only for its industriousness and stamina, but also for its ardent love of freedom and its rich revolutionary traditions. The history of the Han people, for instance, demonstrates that the Chinese never submit to tyrannical rule but invariably use revolutionary means to overthrow or change it. In the thousands of years of Han history, there have been hundreds of peasant uprisings, great and small, against the dark rule of the landlords and the nobility. And most dynastic changes came about as a result of such peasant uprisings. All the nationalities of China have resisted foreign oppression and have invariably resorted to rebellion to shake it off. They favor a union on the basis of equality but are against the oppression of one nationality by another. During the thousands of years of recorded history, the Chinese nation has given birth to many national heroes and revolutionary leaders. Thus the Chinese nation has a glorious revolutionary tradition and a splendid historical heritage. 2. The old feudal society. Although China is a great nation and although she is a vast country with an immense population, a long history, a rich revolutionary tradition and a splendid historical heritage, her economic, political and cultural development was sluggish for a long time after the transition from slave to feudal society. This feudal society, beginning with the Zhou and Qin dynasties, lasted about 3,000 years. The main features of the economic and political system of China's feudal era were as follows. 1. A self-sufficient natural economy predominated. The peasants produced for themselves not only agricultural products but most of the handicraft articles they needed. What the landlords and the nobility exacted from them in the form of land rent was also chiefly for private enjoyment and not for exchange. Although exchange developed as time went on, it did not play a decisive role in the economy as a whole. 2. The feudal ruling class composed of landlords, the nobility, and the emperor owned most of the land, while the peasants had very little or none at all. The peasants tilled the land of the landlords, the nobility, and the royal family with their own farm implements and had to turn over to them for their private enjoyment 40, 50, 60, 70, or even 80% or more of the crop. In effect, the peasants were still serfs. 3. Not only did the landlords, the nobility, and the royal family live on rent extorted from the peasants, but the landlord state also exacted tribute, taxes, and corvée services from them to support a horde of government officials and an army which was used mainly for their repression. 4. The feudal landlord state was the organ of power protecting the system of feudal exploitation. While the feudal state was torn apart into rival principalities in the period before the Qin dynasty, it became autocratic and centralized after the first Qin emperor unified China, though some feudal separatism remained. The emperor reigned supreme in the feudal state, appointing officials in charge of the armed forces, the law courts, the treasury and state granaries in all parts of the county and relying on the landed gentry as the mainstay of the entire system of feudal rule. It was under such feudal economic exploitation and political oppression that the Chinese peasants lived like slaves, in poverty and suffering, through the ages. Under the bondage of feudalism they had no freedom of person. The landlord had the right to beat, abuse or even kill them at will, and they had no political rights whatsoever. The extreme poverty and backwardness of the peasants resulting from ruthless landlord exploitation and oppression is the basic reason why Chinese society remained at the same stage of socio-economic development for several thousand years. The principal contradiction in feudal society was between the peasantry and the landlord class. The peasants and the handicraft workers were the basic classes which created the wealth and culture of this society. The ruthless economic exploitation and political oppression of the Chinese peasants forced them into numerous uprisings against landlord rule. There were hundreds of uprisings, great and small, all of them peasant revolts or peasant revolutionary wars, from the uprisings of Chen Sheng, Wukuang, Shangyu, and Lupang VI in the Qin dynasty, those of Hsin Shi, Pinglin, the Red Eyebrows, the Bronze Horses 7 and the Yellow Turbans 8 in the Han dynasty, those of Li Mi and Tiouchi and the 9 in the Sui dynasty, those of Wang Xianke and Huang Chao 10 in the Tang dynasty, those of Sung Chang and Fang La 11 in the Sung dynasty. That of Chu Yuan Chang 12 the Yuan dynasty, and that of Li Zicheng 13 in the Ming dynasty, down to the uprising known as the War of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom in the Qing dynasty. The scale of peasant uprisings and peasant wars in Chinese history has no parallel anywhere else. The class struggles of the peasants, the peasant uprisings and peasant wars constituted the real motive force of historical development in Chinese feudal society. For each of the major peasant uprisings and wars dealt a blow to the feudal regime of the time, and hence more or less furthered the growth of the social productive forces. However, since neither new productive forces, nor new relations of production, nor new class forces, nor any advanced political party existed in those days, the peasant uprisings and wars did not have correct leadership such as the proletariat and the Communist Party provide today. Every peasant revolution failed, and the peasantry was invariably used by the landlords and the nobility, either during or after the revolution, as a lever for bringing about dynastic change. Therefore, although some social progress was made after each great peasant revolutionary struggle, the feudal economic relations and political system remained basically unchanged. It is only in the last 100 years that a change of a different order has taken place. 3. Present-day colonial, semi-colonial, and semi-feudal society. As explained above, Chinese society remained feudal for 3,000 years. But is it still completely feudal today? No, China has changed. After the Opium War of 1840, China gradually changed into a semi-colonial and semi-feudal society. Since the incident of September 18, 1931, when the Japanese imperialists started their armed aggression, China has changed further into a colonial, semi-colonial and semi-feudal society. We shall now describe the course of this change. As discussed in Section 2, Chinese feudal society lasted for about 3,000 years. It was not until the middle of the 19th century, with the penetration of foreign capitalism, that great changes took place in Chinese society. As China's feudal society had developed a commodity economy, and so carried within itself the seeds of capitalism, China would of herself have developed slowly into a capitalist society even without the impact of foreign capitalism. Penetration by foreign capitalism accelerated this process. Foreign capitalism played an important part in the disintegration of China's social economy. On the one hand, it undermined the foundations of her self-sufficient natural economy and wrecked the handicraft industries both in the cities and in the peasants' homes, and on the other, it hastened the growth of a commodity economy in town and country. Apart from its disintegrating effects on the foundations of China's feudal economy, this state of affairs gave rise to certain objective conditions and possibilities for the development of capitalist production in China. For the destruction of the natural economy created a commodity market for capitalism, while the bankruptcy of large numbers of peasants and handicraftsmen provided it with a labor market. In fact, some merchants, landlords, and bureaucrats began investing in modern industry as far back as 60 years ago, in the latter part of the 19th century, under the stimulus of foreign capitalism and because of certain cracks in the feudal economic structure. About 40 years ago, at the turn of the century, China's national capitalism took its first steps forward. Then about 20 years ago, during the First Imperialist World War, China's national industry expanded, chiefly in textiles and flour milling, because the imperialist countries in Europe and America were preoccupied with the war and temporarily relaxed their oppression of China. The history of the emergence and development of national capitalism is at the same time the history of the emergence and development of the Chinese bourgeoisie and proletariat. Just as a section of the merchants, landlords, and bureaucrats were precursors of the Chinese bourgeoisie, so a section of the peasants and handicraft workers were the precursors of the Chinese proletariat. As distinct social classes, the Chinese bourgeoisie and proletariat are newborn and never existed before in Chinese history. They have evolved into new social classes from the womb of feudal society. They are twins born of China's old, feudal, society, at once linked to each other and antagonistic to each other. However, the Chinese proletariat emerged and grew simultaneously not only with the Chinese national bourgeoisie but also with the enterprises directly operated by the imperialists in China. Hence, a very large section of the Chinese proletariat is older and more experienced than the Chinese bourgeoisie, and is therefore a greater and more broadly based social force. However, the emergence and development of capitalism is only one aspect of the change that has taken place since the imperialist penetration of China. There is another concomitant and obstructive aspect, namely, the collusion of imperialism with the Chinese feudal forces to arrest the development of Chinese capitalism. It is certainly not the purpose of the imperialist powers invading China to transform feudal China into capitalist China. On the contrary, their purpose is to transform China into their own semi-colony or colony. To this end the imperialist powers have used and continue to use military, political, economic, and cultural means of oppression, so that China has gradually become a semi-colony and colony. They are as follows. 1. The imperialist powers have waged many wars of aggression against China, for instance, the Opium War launched by Britain in 1840, the war launched by the Anglo-French Allied forces in 1857-14, the Sino-French War of 1884-15, the Sino-Japanese War of 1894, and the war launched by the Allied forces of the Eight Powers in 1900. 16. After defeating China in war, they not only occupied many neighboring countries formerly under her protection, but seized or leased parts of her territory. For instance, Japan occupied Taiwan and the Penghu Islands and leased the port of Lushan, Britain seized Hong Kong and France leased Guangzhou. In addition to annexing territory, they exacted huge indemnities. Thus heavy blows were struck at China's huge feudal empire. 2. The imperialist powers have forced China to sign numerous unequal treaties by which they have acquired the right to station land and sea forces and exercise consular jurisdiction in China. 17. And they have carved up the whole country into imperialist spheres of influence. 18. 3. The imperialist powers have gained control of all the important trading ports in China by these unequal treaties and have marked off areas in many of these ports as concessions under their direct administration. 19. They have also gained control of China's customs, foreign trade, and communications, sea, land, inland water, and air. Thus they have been able to dump their goods in China, turn her into a market for their industrial products, and at the same time subordinate her agriculture to their imperialist needs. 4. The imperialist powers operate many enterprises in both light and heavy industry in China in order to utilize her raw materials and cheap labor on the spot, and they thereby directly exert economic pressure on China's national industry and obstruct the development of her productive forces. 5. The imperialist powers monopolize China's banking and finance by extending loans to the Chinese government and establishing banks in China. Thus they have not only overwhelmed China's national capitalism in commodity competition, they have also secured a stranglehold on her banking and finance. 6. The imperialist powers have established a network of comprador and merchant usurer exploitation right across China, from the trading ports to the remote hinterland, and have created a comprador and merchant usurer class in their service, so as to facilitate their exploitation of the masses of the Chinese peasantry and other sections of the people. 7. The imperialist powers have made the feudal landlord class as well as the comprador class the main props of their rule in China. Imperialism first allies itself with the ruling strata of the previous social structure, with the feudal lords and the trading and money-lending bourgeoisie, against the majority of the people. Everywhere imperialism attempts to preserve and to perpetuate all those pre-capitalist forms of exploitation, especially in the villages, which serve as the basis for the existence of its reactionary allies. 20. Imperialism, with all its financial and military might, is the force in China that supports, inspires, fosters and preserves the feudal survivals, together with their entire bureaucratic militarist superstructure. 21. 8. The imperialist powers supply the reactionary government with large quantities of munitions and a host of military advisors, in order to keep the warlords fighting among themselves and to suppress the Chinese people. 9. Furthermore, the imperialist powers have never slackened their efforts to poison the minds of the Chinese people. This is their policy of cultural aggression. And it is carried out through missionary work, through establishing hospitals and schools, publishing newspapers, and inducing Chinese students to study abroad. Their aim is to train intellectuals who will serve their interests and to dupe the people. 10. Since September 18, 1931, the large-scale invasion of Japanese imperialism has turned a big chunk of semi-colonial China into a Japanese colony. These facts represent the other aspect of the change that has taken place since the imperialist penetration of China, the blood-stained picture of feudal China being reduced to semi-feudal, semi-colonial, and colonial China. It is thus clear that in their aggression against China, the imperialist powers have on the one hand hastened the disintegration of feudal society and the growth of elements of capitalism, thereby transforming a feudal into a semi-feudal society, and on the other imposed their ruthless rule on China, reducing an independent country to a semi-colonial and colonial country. Taking both these aspects together, we can see that China's colonial, semi-colonial and semi-feudal society possesses the following characteristics. 1. The foundations of the self-sufficient natural economy of feudal times have been destroyed, but the exploitation of the peasantry by the landlord class, which is the basis of the system of feudal exploitation, not only remains intact but, linked as it is with exploitation by comprador and usurer capital, clearly dominates China's social and economic life. 2. National capitalism has developed to a certain extent and has played a considerable part in China's political and cultural life, but it has not become the principal pattern in China's social economy. It is flabby and is mostly associated with foreign imperialism and domestic feudalism in varying degrees. 3. The autocratic rule of the emperors and nobility has been overthrown, and in its place there have arisen first the warlord bureaucrat rule of the landlord class and then the joint dictatorship of the landlord class and the big bourgeoisie. In the occupied areas there is the rule of Japanese imperialism and its puppets. 4. Imperialism controls not only China's vital financial and economic arteries but also her political and military power. In the occupied areas everything is in the hands of Japanese imperialism. 5. China's economic, political, and cultural development is very uneven, because she has been under the complete or partial domination of many imperialist powers, because she has actually been in a state of disunity for a long time, and because her territory is immense. 6. Under the twofold oppression of imperialism and feudalism, and especially as a result of the large-scale invasion of Japanese imperialism, the Chinese people, and particularly the peasants, have become more and more impoverished and have even been pauperized in large numbers, living in hunger and cold and without any political rights. The poverty and lack of freedom among the Chinese people are on a scale seldom found elsewhere. Such are the characteristics of China's colonial, semi-colonial and semi-feudal society. This situation has in the main been determined by the Japanese and other imperialist forces. It is the result of the collusion of foreign imperialism and domestic feudalism. The contradiction between imperialism and the Chinese nation and the contradiction between feudalism and the great masses of the people are the basic contradictions in modern Chinese society. Of course, there are others, such as the contradiction between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat and the contradictions within the reactionary ruling classes themselves. But the contradiction between imperialism and the Chinese nation is the principal one. These contradictions and their intensification must inevitably result in the incessant growth of revolutionary movements. The great revolutions in modern and contemporary China have emerged and grown on the basis of these basic contradictions. Chapter 2. The Chinese Revolution. 1. The revolutionary movements in the last 100 years. The history of China's transformation into a semi-colony and colony by imperialism in collusion with Chinese feudalism is at the same time a history of struggle by the Chinese people against imperialism and its lackeys. The Opium War, the movement of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, the Sino-French War, the Sino-Japanese War, the Reform Movement of 1898, the Yiho Tuan Movement, the Revolution of 1911, the May 4th Movement, the May 30th Movement, the Northern Expedition, the Agrarian Revolutionary War and the present war of resistance against Japan all testify to the Chinese people's indomitable spirit in fighting imperialism and its lackeys. Thanks to the Chinese people's unrelenting and heroic struggle during the last 100 years, imperialism has not been able to subjugate China, nor will it ever be able to do so. The valiant Chinese people will certainly fight on, even though Japanese imperialism is now exerting its full strength in an all-out offensive and many landlord and big bourgeois elements, such as the overt and covert Wangqingweis, have already capitulated to the enemy or are preparing to do so. This heroic struggle will not cease until the Chinese people have driven Japanese imperialism out of China and achieved the complete liberation of the country. The national revolutionary struggle of the Chinese people has a history of fully 100 years counting from the Opium War of 1840, or of 30 years counting from the Revolution of 1911. It has not yet run its full course, nor has it yet performed its tasks with any signal success. Therefore the Chinese people, and above all the Communist Party, must shoulder the responsibility of resolutely fighting on. What are the targets of the revolution? What are its tasks? What are its motive forces? What is its character? And what are its perspectives? These are the questions we shall now deal with. 2. The targets of the Chinese Revolution. From our analysis in the third section of Chapter I, we know that present-day Chinese society is a colonial, semi-colonial and semi-feudal society. Only when we grasp the nature of Chinese society will we be able clearly to understand the targets, tasks, motive forces, and character of the Chinese Revolution and its perspectives and future transition. A clear understanding of the nature of Chinese society, that is, of Chinese conditions, is therefore the key to a clear understanding of all the problems of the revolution. Since the nature of present-day Chinese society is colonial, semi-colonial and semi-feudal, what are the chief targets or enemies at this stage of the Chinese Revolution? They are imperialism and feudalism, the bourgeoisie of the imperialist countries and the landlord class of our country. For it is these two that are the chief oppressors, the chief obstacles to the progress of Chinese society at the present stage. The two collude with each other in oppressing the Chinese people, and imperialism is the foremost and most ferocious enemy of the Chinese people, because national oppression by imperialism is the more onerous. Since Japan's armed invasion of China, the principal enemy of the revolution has been Japanese imperialism together with all the Chinese traitors and reactionaries in league with it, whether they have capitulated openly or are preparing to do so. The Chinese bourgeoisie, which is also a victim of imperialist oppression, once led or played a principal role in revolutionary struggles such as the Revolution of 1911, and has participated in revolutionary struggles such as the Northern Expedition and the present War of Resistance against Japan. In the long period from 1927 to 1937, however, its upper stratum, namely, the section represented by the reactionary clique within the Kuomintang, collaborated with imperialism, formed a reactionary alliance with the landlord class, betrayed the friends who had helped it, the Communist Party, the proletariat, the peasantry and other sections of the petty bourgeoisie, betrayed the Chinese Revolution and brought about its defeat. At that time, therefore, the revolutionary people and the revolutionary political party, the Communist Party, could not but regard these bourgeois elements as one of the targets of the revolution. In the War of Resistance, a section of the big landlord class and big bourgeoisie, represented by Wang Qingwei, has turned traitor and deserted to the enemy. Consequently, the anti-Japanese people cannot but regard these big bourgeois elements who have betrayed our national interests as one of the targets of the revolution. It is evident, then, that the enemies of the Chinese Revolution are very powerful. They include not only powerful imperialists and powerful feudal forces, but also, at times, the bourgeois reactionaries who collaborate with the imperialist and feudal forces to oppose the people. Therefore, it is wrong to underestimate the strength of the enemies of the revolutionary Chinese people. In the face of such enemies, the Chinese Revolution cannot be other than protracted and ruthless. With such powerful enemies, the revolutionary forces cannot be built up and tempered into a power capable of crushing them except over a long period of time. With enemies who so ruthlessly suppress the Chinese Revolution, the revolutionary forces cannot hold their own positions, let alone capture those of the enemy, unless they steel themselves and display their tenacity to the full. It is therefore wrong to think that the forces of the Chinese Revolution can be built up in the twinkling of an eye, or that China's revolutionary struggle can triumph overnight. In the face of such enemies, the principal means or form of the Chinese Revolution must be armed struggle, not peaceful struggle. For our enemies have made peaceful activity impossible for the Chinese people and have deprived them of all political freedom and democratic rights. Stalin says, in China the armed revolution is fighting the armed counter-revolutionary. That is one of the specific features and one of the advantages of the Chinese Revolution. 22. This formulation is perfectly correct. Therefore, it is wrong to belittle armed struggle, revolutionary war, guerrilla war, and army work. In the face of such enemies, there arises the question of revolutionary base areas. Since China's key cities have long been occupied by the powerful imperialists and their reactionary Chinese allies, it is imperative for the revolutionary ranks to turn the backward villages into advanced, consolidated base areas, into great military, political, economic and cultural bastions of the revolution from which to fight their vicious enemies who are using the cities for attacks on the rural districts, and in this way gradually to achieve the complete victory of the revolution through protracted fighting. It is imperative for them to do so if they do not wish to compromise with imperialism and its lackeys but are determined to fight on, and if they intend to build up and temper their forces, and avoid decisive battles with a powerful enemy while their own strength is inadequate. Such being the case, victory in the Chinese Revolution can be won first in the rural areas, and this is possible because China's economic development is uneven, her economy not being a unified capitalist economy, because her territory is extensive, which gives the revolutionary forces room to maneuver, because the counter-revolutionary camp is disunited and full of contradictions, and because the struggle of the peasants who are the main force in the revolution is led by the Communist Party, the party of the proletariat. But on the other hand, these very circumstances make the revolution uneven and render the task of winning complete victory protracted and arduous. Clearly then the protracted revolutionary struggle in the revolutionary base areas consists mainly in peasant guerrilla warfare led by the Chinese Communist Party. Therefore, it is wrong to ignore the necessity of using rural districts as revolutionary base areas, to neglect painstaking work among the peasants, and to neglect guerrilla warfare. However, stressing armed struggle does not mean abandoning other forms of struggle. On the contrary, armed struggle cannot succeed unless coordinated with other forms of struggle. And stressing the work in the rural base areas does not mean abandoning our work in the cities and in the other vast rural areas which are still under the enemy's rule. On the contrary, without the work in the cities and in these other rural areas, our own rural base areas would be isolated and the revolution would suffer defeat. Moreover, the final objective of the revolution is the capture of the cities, the enemy's main bases, and this objective cannot be achieved without adequate work in the cities. It is thus clear that the revolution cannot triumph either in the rural areas or in the cities without the destruction of the enemy's army, its chief weapon against the people. Therefore, besides annihilating the enemy's troops in battle, there is the important task of disintegrating them. It is also clear that the Communist Party must not be impetuous and adventurous in its propaganda and organizational work in the urban and rural areas which have been occupied by the enemy and dominated by the forces of reaction and darkness for a long time, but that it must have well-selected cadres working underground, must accumulate strength and bide its time there. In leading the people in struggle against the enemy, the party must adopt the tactics of advancing step by step slowly and surely, keeping to the principle of waging struggles on just grounds, to our advantage, and with restraint, and making use of such open forms of activity as are permitted by law, decree, and social custom. Empty clamor and reckless action can never lead to success. 3. The tasks of the Chinese Revolution. Imperialism and the feudal landlord class being the chief enemies of the Chinese Revolution at this stage, what are the present tasks of the revolution? Unquestionably, the main tasks are to strike at these two enemies, to carry out a national revolution to overthrow foreign imperialist oppression and a democratic revolution to overthrow feudal landlord oppression, the primary and foremost task being the national revolution to overthrow imperialism. These two great tasks are interrelated. Unless imperialist rule is overthrown, the rule of the feudal landlord class cannot be terminated, because imperialism is its main support. Conversely, unless help is given to the peasants in their struggle to overthrow the feudal landlord class, it will be impossible to build powerful revolutionary contingents to overthrow imperialist rule, because the feudal landlord class is the main social base of imperialist rule in China and the peasantry is the main force in the Chinese Revolution. Therefore the two fundamental tasks, the national revolution and the democratic revolution, are at once distinct and united. In fact, the two revolutionary tasks are already linked, since the main immediate task of the national revolution is to resist the Japanese imperialist invaders and since the democratic revolution must be accomplished in order to win the war. It is wrong to regard the national revolution and the democratic revolution as two entirely different stages of the revolution. For the motive forces of the Chinese Revolution. Given the nature of Chinese society and the present targets and tasks of the Chinese Revolution as analyzed and defined above, what are the motive forces of the Chinese Revolution? Since Chinese society is colonial, semi-colonial and semi-feudal, since the targets of the revolution are mainly foreign imperialist rule and domestic feudalism, and since its tasks are to overthrow these two oppressors, which of the various classes and strata in Chinese society constitute the forces capable of fighting them? This is the question of the motive forces of the Chinese Revolution at the present stage. A clear understanding of this question is indispensable to a correct solution of the problem of the basic tactics of the Chinese Revolution. What classes are there in present-day Chinese society? There are the landlord class and the bourgeoisie, the landlord class and the upper stratum of the bourgeoisie constituting the ruling classes in Chinese society. And there are the proletariat, the peasantry, and the different sections of the petty bourgeoisie other than the peasantry, all of which are still the subject classes in vast areas of China. The attitude and the stand of these classes towards the Chinese Revolution are entirely determined by their economic status in society. Thus the motive forces as well as the targets and tasks of the revolution are determined by the nature of China's socio-economic system. Let us now analyze the different classes in Chinese society. 1. The landlord class. The landlord class forms the main social base for imperialist rule in China. It is a class which uses the feudal system to exploit and oppress the peasants, obstructs China's political, economic, and cultural development and plays no progressive role whatsoever. Therefore, the landlords, as a class, are a target and not a motive force of the revolution. In the present war of resistance, a section of the big landlords, along with one section of the big bourgeoisie, the capitulationists, has surrendered to the Japanese aggressors and turned traitor, while another section of the big landlords, along with another section of the big bourgeoisie, the diehards, is increasingly wavering even though it is still in the anti-Japanese camp. But a good many of the enlightened gentry who are middle and small landlords and who have some capitalist coloration display some enthusiasm for the war, and we should unite with them in the common fight against Japan. 2. The bourgeoisie. There is a distinction between the comprador big bourgeoisie and the national bourgeoisie. The comprador big bourgeoisie is a class which directly serves the capitalists of the imperialist countries and is nurtured by them. Countless ties link it closely with the feudal forces in the countryside. Therefore, it is a target of the Chinese Revolution and never in the history of the revolution has it been a motive force. However, different sections of the comprador big bourgeoisie owe allegiance to different imperialist powers, so that when the contradictions among the latter become very acute and the revolution is directed mainly against one particular imperialist power, it becomes possible for the sections of the comprador class which serve other imperialist groupings to join the current anti-imperialist front to a certain extent and for a certain period. But they will turn against the Chinese Revolution the moment their masters do. In the present war, the pro-Japanese big bourgeoisie, the capitulationists, have either surrendered or are preparing to surrender. The pro-European and pro-American big bourgeoisie, the diehards, are wavering more and more, even though they are still in the anti-Japanese camp, and they are playing the double game of simultaneously resisting Japan and opposing the Communist Party. Our policy towards the big bourgeois capitulationists is to treat them as enemies and resolutely strike them down. Towards the big bourgeois diehards, we employ a revolutionary dual policy. On the one hand, we unite with them because they are still anti-Japanese and we should make use of their contradictions with Japanese imperialism, but on the other hand, we firmly struggle against them because they pursue a high-handed anti-communist, reactionary policy detrimental to resistance and unity, both of which would be jeopardized without such a struggle. The national bourgeoisie is a class with a dual character. On the one hand, it is oppressed by imperialism and fettered by feudalism and consequently is in contradiction with both of them. In this respect it constitutes one of the revolutionary forces. In the course of the Chinese Revolution it has displayed a certain enthusiasm for fighting imperialism and the governments of bureaucrats and warlords. But on the other hand, it lacks the courage to oppose imperialism and feudalism thoroughly because it is economically and politically flabby and still has economic ties with imperialism and feudalism. This emerges very clearly when the people's revolutionary forces grow powerful. It follows from the dual character of the national bourgeoisie that, at certain times and to a certain extent, it can take part in the revolution against imperialism and the governments of bureaucrats and warlords and can become a revolutionary force, but that at other times there is the danger of its following the comprador big bourgeoisie and acting as its accomplice in counter-revolution. The national bourgeoisie in China, which is mainly the middle bourgeoisie, has never really held political power but has been restricted by the reactionary policies of the big landlord class and big bourgeoisie which are in power, although it followed them in opposing the revolution in the period from 1927 to 1931, before the September 18 incident. In the present war, it differs not only from the capitulationists of the big landlord class and big bourgeoisie but also from the big bourgeois diehards, and so far has been a fairly good enemy of ours. Therefore, it is absolutely necessary to have a prudent policy towards the national bourgeoisie. 3. The different sections of the petty bourgeoisie other than the peasantry. The petty bourgeoisie, other than the peasantry, consists of the vast numbers of intellectuals, small tradesmen, handicraftsmen and professional people. Their status somewhat resembles that of the middle peasants. They all suffer under the oppression of imperialism, feudalism, and the big bourgeoisie, and they are being driven ever nearer to bankruptcy or destitution. Hence these sections of the petty bourgeoisie constitute one of the motive forces of the revolution and are a reliable ally of the proletariat. Only under the leadership of the proletariat can they achieve their liberation. Let us now analyze the different sections of the petty bourgeoisie other than the peasantry. First, the intellectuals and student youth. They do not constitute a separate class or stratum. In present-day China most of them may be placed in the petty bourgeois category, judging by their family origin, their living conditions and their political outlook. Their numbers have grown considerably during the past few decades. Apart from that section of the intellectuals which has associated itself with the imperialists and the big bourgeoisie and works for them against the people, most intellectuals and students are oppressed by imperialism, feudalism and the big bourgeoisie, and live in fear of unemployment or of having to discontinue their studies. Therefore, they tend to be quite revolutionary. They are more or less equipped with bourgeois scientific knowledge, have a keen political sense and often play a vanguard role or serve as a link with the masses in the present stage of the revolution. The movement of the Chinese students abroad before the revolution of 1911, the May 4th movement of 1919, the May 30th movement of 1925 and the December 9th movement of 1935 are striking proofs of this. In particular, the large numbers of more or less impoverished intellectuals can join hands with the workers and peasants in supporting or participating in the revolution. In China, it was among the intellectuals and young students that Marxist-Leninist ideology was first widely disseminated and accepted. The revolutionary forces cannot be successfully organized and revolutionary work cannot be successfully conducted without the participation of revolutionary intellectuals. But the intellectuals often tend to be subjective and individualistic, impractical in their thinking and irresolute in action until they have thrown themselves heart and soul into mass revolutionary struggles, or made up their minds to serve the interests of the masses and become one with them. Hence, although the mass of revolutionary intellectuals in China can play a vanguard role or serve as a link with the masses, not all of them will remain revolutionaries to the end. Some will drop out of the revolutionary ranks at critical moments and become passive, while a few may even become enemies of the revolution. The intellectuals can overcome their shortcomings only in mass struggles over a long period. Second, the small tradesmen. Generally they run small shops and employ few or no assistants. They live under the threat of bankruptcy as a result of exploitation by imperialism, the big bourgeoisie and the usurers. Third, the handicraftsmen. They are very numerous. They possess their own means of production and hire no workers, or only one or two apprentices or helpers. Their position is similar to that of the middle peasants. Fourth, professional people. They include doctors and men of other professions. They do not exploit other people, or do so only to a slight degree. Their position is similar to that of the handicraftsmen. These sections of the petty bourgeoisie make up a vast multitude of people whom we must win over and whose interests we must protect because in general they can support or join the revolution and are good allies. Their weakness is that some of them are easily influenced by the bourgeoisie, consequently, we must carry on revolutionary propaganda and organizational work among them. For the peasantry. The peasantry constitutes approximately 80% of China's total population and is the main force in her national economy today. A sharp process of polarization is taking place among the peasantry. First, the rich peasants. They form about 5% of the rural population, or about 10% together with the landlords, and constitute the rural bourgeoisie. Most of the rich peasants in China are semi-feudal in character, since they let a part of their land, practice usury, and ruthlessly exploit the farm laborers. But they generally engage in labor themselves and in this sense are part of the peasantry. The rich peasant form of production will remain useful for a definite period. Generally speaking, they might make some contribution to the anti-imperialist struggle of the peasant masses and stay neutral in the agrarian revolutionary struggle against the landlords. Therefore we should not regard the rich peasants as belonging to the same class as the landlords and should not prematurely adopt a policy of liquidating the rich peasantry. Second, the middle peasants. They form about 20% of China's rural population. They are economically self-supporting, they may have something to lay aside when the crops are good, and occasionally hire some labor or lend small sums of money at interest, and generally they do not exploit others but are exploited by imperialism, the landlord class and the bourgeoisie. They have no political rights. Some of them do not have enough land, and only a section, the well-to-do middle peasants, have some surplus land. Not only can the middle peasants join the anti-imperialist revolution and the agrarian revolution, but they can also accept socialism. Therefore the whole middle peasantry can be a reliable ally of the proletariat and is an important motive force of the revolution. The positive or negative attitude of the middle peasants is one of the factors determining victory or defeat in the revolution, and this is especially true after the agrarian revolution when they become the majority of the rural population. Third, the poor peasants. The poor peasants in China, together with the farm laborers, form about 70% of the rural population. They are the broad peasant masses with no land or insufficient land, the semi-proletariat of the countryside, the biggest motive force of the Chinese Revolution, the natural and most reliable ally of the proletariat and the main contingent of China's revolutionary forces. Only under the leadership of the proletariat can the poor and middle peasants achieve their liberation, and only by forming a firm alliance with the poor and middle peasants can the proletariat lead the revolution to victory. Otherwise neither is possible. The term peasantry refers mainly to the poor and middle peasants. 5. The proletariat. Among the Chinese proletariat, the modern industrial workers number from 2,500,000 to 3 million, the workers in small-scale industry and in handicrafts and the shop assistants in the cities total about 12 million, and in addition there are great numbers of rural proletarians, the farm laborers, and other propertyless people in the cities and the countryside. In addition to the basic qualities it shares with the proletariat everywhere, its association with the most advanced form of economy, its strong sense of organization and discipline, and its lack of private means of production. The Chinese proletariat has many other outstanding qualities. What are they? First, the Chinese proletariat is more resolute and thoroughgoing in revolutionary struggle than any other class because it is subjected to a threefold oppression: imperialist, bourgeois, and feudal, which is marked by a severity and cruelty seldom found in other countries. Since there is no economic basis for social reformism in colonial and semi-colonial China as there is in Europe, the whole proletariat, with the exception of a few scabs, is most revolutionary. Secondly, from the moment it appeared on the revolutionary scene, the Chinese proletariat came under the leadership of its own revolutionary party, the Communist Party of China, and became the most politically conscious class in Chinese society. Thirdly, because the Chinese proletariat by origin is largely made up of bankrupted peasants, it has natural ties with the peasant masses, which facilitates its forming a close alliance with them. Therefore, in spite of certain unavoidable weaknesses, for instance, its smallness, as compared with the peasantry, its youth, as compared with the proletariat in the capitalist countries, and its low educational level, as compared with the bourgeoisie, the Chinese proletariat is nonetheless the basic motive force of the Chinese Revolution. Unless it is led by the proletariat, the Chinese Revolution cannot possibly succeed. To take an example from the past, the Revolution of 1911 miscarried because the proletariat did not consciously participate in it and the Communist Party was not yet in existence. More recently, the Revolution of 1924-27 achieved great success for a time because the proletariat consciously participated and exercised leadership and the Communist Party was already in existence. It ended in defeat because the big bourgeoisie betrayed its alliance with the proletariat and abandoned the common revolutionary program, and also because the Chinese proletariat and its political party did not yet have enough revolutionary experience. Now take the present anti-Japanese war. Because the proletariat and the Communist Party are exercising leadership in the anti-Japanese National United Front, the whole nation has been united and the Great War of Resistance has been launched and is being resolutely pursued. The Chinese proletariat should understand that although it is the class with the highest political consciousness and sense of organization, it cannot win victory by its own strength alone. In order to win, it must unite, according to varying circumstances, with all classes and strata that can take part in the revolution, and must organize a revolutionary united front. Among all the classes in Chinese society, the peasantry is a firm ally of the working class, the urban petty bourgeoisie is a reliable ally, and the national bourgeoisie is an ally in certain periods and to a certain extent. This is one of the fundamental laws established by China's modern revolutionary history. 6. The vagrants. China's status as a colony and semi-colony has given rise to a multitude of rural and urban unemployed. Denied proper means of making a living, many of them are forced to resort to illegitimate ones, hence the robbers, gangsters, beggars, and prostitutes and the numerous people who live on superstitious practices. This social stratum is unstable, while some are apt to be bought over by the reactionary forces, others may join the revolution. These people lack constructive qualities and are given to destruction rather than construction. After joining the revolution, they become a source of roving rebel and anarchist ideology in the revolutionary ranks. Therefore, we should know how to remold them and guard against their destructiveness. The above is our analysis of the motive forces of the Chinese Revolution. 5. The character of the Chinese Revolution. We have now gained an understanding of the nature of Chinese society, i.e., of the specific conditions in China. This understanding is the essential prerequisite for solving all China's revolutionary problems. We are also clear about the targets, the tasks, and the motive forces of the Chinese Revolution. These are basic issues at the present stage of the revolution and arise from the special nature of Chinese society, i.e., from China's specific conditions. Understanding all this, we can now understand another basic issue of the revolution at the present stage, i.e., the character of the Chinese Revolution. What, indeed, is the character of the Chinese Revolution at the present stage? Is it a bourgeois democratic or a proletarian socialist revolution? Obviously, it is not the latter but the former. Since Chinese society is colonial, semi-colonial and semi-feudal, since the principal enemies of the Chinese Revolution are imperialism and feudalism, since the tasks of the revolution are to overthrow these two enemies by means of a national and democratic revolution in which the bourgeoisie sometimes takes part, and since the edge of the revolution is directed against imperialism and feudalism and not against capitalism and capitalist private property in general, even if the big bourgeoisie betrays the revolution and becomes its enemy, since all this is true, the character of the Chinese Revolution at the present stage is not proletarian socialist but bourgeois democratic. 23. However, in present-day China the bourgeois democratic revolution is no longer of the old general type, which is now obsolete, but one of a new special type. We call this type the New Democratic Revolution, and it is developing in all other colonial and semi-colonial countries as well as in China. The New Democratic Revolution is part of the world proletarian socialist revolution, for it resolutely opposes imperialism, i.e., international capitalism. Politically, it strives for the joint dictatorship of the revolutionary classes over the imperialists, traitors, and reactionaries, and opposes the transformation of Chinese society into a society under bourgeois dictatorship. Economically, it aims at the nationalization of all the big enterprises and capital of the imperialists, traitors, and reactionaries, and the distribution among the peasants of the land held by the landlords, while preserving private capitalist enterprise in general and not eliminating the rich peasant economy. Thus, the new type of democratic revolution clears the way for capitalism on the one hand and creates the prerequisites for socialism on the other. The present stage of the Chinese Revolution is a stage of transition between the abolition of the colonial, semi-colonial and semi-feudal society and the establishment of a socialist society, i.e., it is a process of new democratic revolution. This process, begun only after the First World War and the Russian October Revolution, started in China with the May 4 movement of 1919. A new democratic revolution is an anti-imperialist and anti-feudal revolution of the broad masses of the people under the leadership of the proletariat. Chinese society can advance to socialism only through such a revolution, there is no other way. The new democratic revolution is vastly different from the democratic revolutions of Europe and America in that it results not in a dictatorship of the bourgeoisie but in a dictatorship of the united front of all the revolutionary classes under the leadership of the proletariat. In the present war of resistance, the anti-Japanese democratic political power established in the base areas which are under the leadership of the Communist Party is the political power of the anti-Japanese National United Front. This is neither a bourgeois nor a proletarian one-class dictatorship, but a joint dictatorship of the revolutionary classes under the leadership of the proletariat. All who stand for resistance to Japan and for democracy are entitled to share in this political power, regardless of their party affiliation. The new democratic revolution also differs from a socialist revolution in that it overthrows the rule of the imperialists, traitors, and reactionaries in China but does not destroy any section of capitalism which is capable of contributing to the anti-imperialist, anti-feudal struggle. The new democratic revolution is basically in line with the revolution envisaged in the Three People's Principles as advocated by Dr. Sun Yat-sen in 1924. In the manifesto of the First National Congress of the Kuomintang issued in that year, Dr. Sun stated, "The so-called democratic system in modern states is usually monopolized by the bourgeoisie and has become simply an instrument for oppressing the common people. On the other hand, the Kuomintang's principle of democracy means a democratic system shared by all the common people and not privately owned by the few." He added, "Enterprises, such as banks, railways, and airlines, whether Chinese-owned or foreign-owned, which are either monopolistic in character or too big for private management, shall be operated and administrated by the state, so that private capital cannot dominate the livelihood of the people. This is the main principle of the regulation of capital." And again in his testament, Dr. Sun pointed out the fundamental principle for domestic and foreign policy: we must arouse the masses of the people and unite in a common struggle with those nations of the world which treat us as equals. The Three People's Principles of the old democracy, which were adapted to the old international and domestic conditions, were thus reshaped into the three people's principles of new democracy, which are adapted to the new international and domestic conditions. The Communist Party of China was referring to the latter kind of three people's principles and to no other when, in its manifesto of September 22, 1937, it declared that the three people's principles being what China needs today, our party is ready to fight for their complete realization. These three people's principles embody Dr. Sun Yat-sen's three great policies: alliance with Russia, cooperation with the Communist Party, and assistance to the peasants and workers. In the new international and domestic conditions, any kind of three people's principles which departs from the three great policies is not revolutionary. Here we shall not deal with the fact that, while communism and the three people's principles agree on the basic political program for the democratic revolution, they differ in all other respects. Thus, the role of the proletariat, the peasantry, and the other sections of the petty bourgeoisie in China's bourgeois democratic revolution cannot be ignored, either in the alignment of forces for the struggle, that is, in the united front, or in the organization of state power. Anyone who tries to bypass these classes will certainly be unable to solve the problem of the destiny of the Chinese nation, or indeed any of China's problems. The Chinese revolution at the present stage must strive to create a democratic republic in which the workers, the peasants, and the other sections of the petty bourgeoisie all occupy a definite position and play a definite role. In other words, it must be a democratic republic based on a revolutionary alliance of the workers, peasants, urban petty bourgeoisie, and all others who are against imperialism and feudalism. Only under the leadership of the proletariat can such a republic be completely realized. 6. The perspectives of the Chinese Revolution. Now that the basic issues, the nature of Chinese society and the targets, tasks, motive forces, and character of the Chinese Revolution at the present stage have been clarified, it is easy to see its perspectives, that is, to understand the relation between the bourgeois democratic and the proletarian socialist revolution, or between the present and future stages of the Chinese Revolution. There can be no doubt that the ultimate perspective of the Chinese Revolution is not capitalism but socialism and communism, since China's bourgeois democratic revolution at the present stage is not of the old general type but is a democratic revolution of a new special type, a new democratic revolution, and since it is taking place in the new international environment of the 1930s and 40s characterized by the rise of socialism and the decline of capitalism, in the period of the Second World War and the era of revolution. However, it is not at all surprising but entirely to be expected that a capitalist economy will develop to a certain extent within Chinese society with the sweeping away of the obstacles to the development of capitalism after the victory of the revolution, since the purpose of the Chinese Revolution at the present stage is to change the existing colonial, semi-colonial and semi-feudal state of society, i.e., to strive for the completion of the new democratic revolution. A certain degree of capitalist development will be an inevitable result of the victory of the democratic revolution in economically backward China. But that will be only one aspect of the outcome of the Chinese Revolution and not the whole picture. The whole picture will show the development of socialist as well as capitalist factors. What will the socialist factors be? The increasing relative importance of the proletariat and the Communist Party among the political forces in the country, leadership by the proletariat and the Communist Party which the peasantry, intelligentsia, and the urban petty bourgeoisie already accept or are likely to accept, and the state sector of the economy owned by the Democratic Republic, and the cooperative sector of the economy owned by the working people. All these will be socialist factors. With the addition of a favorable international environment, these factors render it highly probable that China's bourgeois democratic revolution will ultimately avoid a capitalist future and enjoy a socialist future. 7. The twofold task of the Chinese Revolution and the Chinese Communist Party. Summing up the foregoing sections of this chapter, we can see that the Chinese Revolution taken as a whole involves a twofold task. That is to say, it embraces both the bourgeois democratic revolution, the new democratic revolution, and the proletarian socialist revolution, i.e., both the present and future stages of the revolution. The leadership in this twofold revolutionary task devolves on the Chinese Communist Party, the party of the proletariat, without whose leadership no revolution can succeed. To complete China's bourgeois democratic revolution, the new democratic revolution, and to transform it into a socialist revolution when all the necessary conditions are ripe, such is the sum total of the great and glorious revolutionary task of the Chinese Communist Party. Every party member must strive for its accomplishment and must under no circumstances give up halfway. Some immature communists think that our task is confined to the present democratic revolution and does not include the future socialist revolution, or that the present revolution or the agrarian revolution is actually a socialist revolution. It must be emphatically pointed out that these views are wrong. Every communist ought to know that, taken as a whole, the Chinese revolutionary movement led by the Communist Party embraces the two stages, i.e., the democratic and the socialist revolutions, which are two essentially different revolutionary processes, and that the second process can be carried through only after the first has been completed. The democratic revolution is the necessary preparation for the socialist revolution, and the socialist revolution is the inevitable sequel to the democratic revolution. The ultimate aim for which all communists strive is to bring about a socialist and communist society. A clear understanding of both the differences and the interconnections between the democratic and the socialist revolutions is indispensable to correct leadership in the Chinese Revolution. Except for the Communist Party, no political party, bourgeois or petty bourgeois, is equal to the task of leading China's two great revolutions, the democratic and the socialist revolutions, to complete fulfillment. From the very day of its birth, the Communist Party has taken this twofold task on its own shoulders and for 18 years has fought strenuously for its accomplishment. It is a task at once glorious and arduous. And it cannot be accomplished without a Bolshevized Chinese Communist Party which is national in scale and has a broad mass character, a party fully consolidated ideologically, politically, and organizationally. Therefore every communist has the duty of playing an active part in building up such a communist party. Stalin, friend of the Chinese people. December 20, 1939. On the 21st of December, Comrade Stalin will be 60 years old. We can be sure that his birthday will evoke warm and affectionate congratulations from the hearts of all revolutionary people throughout the world who know of the occasion. Congratulating Stalin is not a formality. Congratulating Stalin means supporting him and his cause, supporting the victory of socialism, and the way forward for mankind which he points out. It means supporting a dear friend. For the great majority of mankind today are suffering, and mankind can free itself from suffering only by the road pointed out by Stalin and with his help. Living in a period of the bitterest suffering in our history, we Chinese people most urgently need help from others. The Book of Odes says, "A bird sings out to draw a friend's response." This aptly describes our present situation. But who are our friends? There are so-called friends, self-styled friends of the Chinese people, whom even some Chinese unthinkingly accept as friends. But such friends can only be classed with Li Linfu II, the prime minister in the Tang dynasty who was notorious as a man with honey on his lips and murder in his heart. They are indeed friends with honey on their lips and murder in their hearts. Who are these people? They are the imperialists who profess sympathy with China. However, there are friends of another kind, friends who have real sympathy with us and regard us as brothers. Who are they? They are the Soviet people and Stalin. No other country has renounced its privileges in China, the Soviet Union alone has done so. All the imperialists opposed us during our first Great Revolution, the Soviet Union alone helped us. No government of any imperialist country has given us real help since the outbreak of the War of Resistance against Japan. The Soviet Union alone has helped China with its aviation and supplies. Is not the point clear enough? Only the land of socialism, its leaders and people, and socialist thinkers, statesmen and workers can give real help to the cause of liberation of the Chinese nation and the Chinese people, and without their help our cause cannot win final victory. Stalin is the true friend of the cause of liberation of the Chinese people. No attempt to sow dissension, no lies and calumnies, can affect the Chinese people's wholehearted love and respect for Stalin and our genuine friendship for the Soviet Union. In memory of Norman Bethune. December 21, 1939. Comrade Norman Bethune, a member of the Communist Party of Canada, was around 50 when he was sent by the Communist Parties of Canada and the United States to China. He made light of traveling thousands of miles to help us in our war of resistance against Japan. He arrived in Yan'an in the spring of last year, went to work in the Wutai Mountains, and to our great sorrow died a martyr at his post. What kind of spirit is this that makes a foreigner selflessly adopt the cause of the Chinese people's liberation as his own? It is the spirit of internationalism, the spirit of communism, from which every Chinese communist must learn. Leninism teaches that the world revolution can only succeed if the proletariat of the capitalist countries supports the struggle for liberation of the colonial and semi-colonial peoples, and if the proletariat of the colonies and semi-colonies supports that of the proletariat of the capitalist countries. Comrade Bethune put this Leninist line into practice. We Chinese communists must also follow this line in our practice. We must unite with the proletariat of all the capitalist countries, with the proletariat of Japan, Britain, the United States, Germany, Italy, and all other capitalist countries, for this is the only way to overthrow imperialism, to liberate our nation and people, and to liberate the other nations and peoples of the world. This is our internationalism, the internationalism with which we oppose both narrow nationalism and narrow patriotism. Comrade Bethune's spirit, his utter devotion to others without any thought of self, was shown in his great sense of responsibility in his work and his great warm-heartedness towards all comrades and the people. Every communist must learn from him. There are not a few people who are irresponsible in their work, preferring the light and shirking the heavy, passing the burdensome tasks on to others and choosing the easy ones for themselves. At every turn they think of themselves before others. When they make some small contribution, they swell with pride and brag about it for fear that others will not know. They feel no warmth towards comrades and the people, but are cold, indifferent, and apathetic. In truth, such people are not communists, or at least cannot be counted as devoted communists. No one who returned from the front failed to express admiration for Bethune whenever his name was mentioned, and none remained unmoved by his spirit. In the Shanxi-Shahar-Hopi border area, no soldier or civilian was unmoved who had been treated by Dr. Bethune or had seen how he worked. Every communist must learn this true communist spirit from Comrade Bethune. Comrade Bethune was a doctor, the art of healing was his profession, and he was constantly perfecting his skill, which stood very high in the 8th Route Army's medical service. His example is an excellent lesson for those people who wish to change their work the moment they see something different, and for those who despise technical work as of no consequence or as promising no future. Comrade Bethune and I met only once. Afterwards he wrote me many letters. But I was busy, and I wrote him only one letter and do not even know if he ever received it. I am deeply grieved over his death. Now we are all commemorating him, which shows how profoundly his spirit inspires everyone. We must all learn the spirit of absolute selflessness from him. With this spirit everyone can be very useful to the people. A man's ability may be great or small, but if he has this spirit, he is already noble-minded and pure, a man of moral integrity and above vulgar interests, a man who is of value to the people.